z dżinglem. Dzień dobry.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure of welcoming you at the Welcome Miasto 2020 Energy of Change Conference. The conference is the crowning of the edition of Ecomiasto and also the European Week of Sustainable Development. My name is Maria Andrzejewska. I'm the director of UNEP GRID-Warszawa, Warsaw, and the co-organizer of Ecomiasto. We are meeting in a year very particular, not only because of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has changed our reality so greatly. This year passes 5 years from the Parisian treaty, as well as the UN Sustainable Development SDG goals, as well as the new Green Deal. Despite these fantastic documents that have been achieved, the changes have not occurred, and the state of the planet has actually deteriorated. Cities in this process are playing an important role. They impact the environment considerably, and also painfully we see the phenomena of global phenomena. Cities create innovative solutions, ensuring sustainable development and high comfort for residents. How do we build healthy cities, rich, friendly, and interesting to residents, and more zero emissions, moreover? This is the time for a good energy of change, and this will the conference of Ecomiasto will be about. For this opening, I'd like to invite the co-organizer, the president of Warsaw, Mr. Rafał Trzaskowski. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome in Warsaw in very new circumstances. Because of the epidemic, we are online. However, the complete priority for the European Union member states and as also cities is because if we're talking about sustainable development, and this year we are celebrating sustainable development, then we're talking about specifics, because we frequently depend on slogans that no one understands, but everybody understands well, that we are facing a challenge of catastrophic climate catastrophe, and we should do everything to fight for a clean environment, and that's exactly what we are doing. We are doing that in the European Union, in Poland, in cities, because cities are in the first front of fighting for a clean environment, but also in the front of fighting with COVID. The world is standing upside down. We have a completely new reality, and we can see that by the simple fact that we have to meet online. We are all fighting the epidemic and concentrating on that, but we can't forget the priorities that were most important to us thus far. That's why both in the European Union, as well as all organizations which are concentrating our regional, local level of management, whether the regional committees or C40 organizations or Euro cities, where Warsaw is active in all organizations. I was the Green Deal representative in the regional committee, and we were trying to fight on working together and smoothing out these two priorities. On the one hand, fighting the epidemic, on the other hand, aspiring to fight with the climate crisis, and that our fight is most as effective as possible. So the European Union, elaborating the budget for subsequent years, is taking those two priorities into consideration. This is not only this is specifics in the cities. Sustainable development are not only about slogans, it's low emissions transportation. And this kind of a transportation we are betting on in Warsaw. We are purchasing low emissions as well as zero emissions buses, introducing new metro lines, and trying to have transportation to be as modern and as advanced and safe for the environment. This is also saving energy, and from various programs also realized as a fundamental matter in large cities, it's fighting for clean air. And the two priorities, fighting for clean air and fighting the climate crisis, cover 100%. That's why we are getting rid of exhaust pollution and sources of pollution, such as stoves. We're building new retention tanks, small retention tanks, which serve the purpose, and all these solutions serve the purpose that in an unsure scenario of the climate, we are ready to fight for those priorities, which are most important to us. The cities, both in the case of COVID as well as fighting the climate catastrophe, have to take on the weight of these priorities and the realization of these priorities. We are in the first front of fighting and combating that. We are also fighting that at least a small part of sums can be allocated to the regional level, and that we can more effectively face these challenges. Of course, greenery. Greenery is very important because the priority of Warsaw and many other cities in Poland and in the European, Warsaw is one of the greener cities in Europe. We have ambitious plans from the beginning of the term to plant 1 million trees. We are successful in realizing in a very ambitious way this. Without greenery, we will not have sustainable development. So these are not only magical spells, these are specific priorities and specific actions and measures which we are undertaking in Warsaw and in other cities in cooperation with Warsaw and the Union of Association of Polish Cities and Metropolitan Cities, but also in the Forum of the European Union. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for all those measures and actions which Warsaw is undertaking and has undertaken and is planning to undertake. We are keeping our fingers crossed, and we are with you in support. I'd like to now ask the Ambassador of France in Poland, Mr. Frédéric Billet, to take the floor. And I would like to add the Ambassador of France is also the initiator of the Eco-Miasto program, Eco-City program, and we are realizing this program since 2013. Mr. Ambassador. Mr. Minister, Mr. President of Warsaw, Mr. and Mr. Presidents, mayors and presidents of cities, dear partners of Eco-Miasto, ladies and gentlemen, it is extreme pleasure for me to turn to you during this morning inauguration of the Eco-Miasto conference. This is the 7th edition of this project, where the French embassy for a long time and actively has been involved and dedicated. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for the support of this initiative. We know that today, this afternoon, you will award a special award, a city and one of the winners of our competition, which we thank you very much for. We also I would like to thank Polish cities, which are partisans and are fans of these projects and are involved and dedicated to the protection of our planet, as well as the partners of Eco-Miasto and Citrus, Renault, Fundacja Veolia, and BNP Paribas, who are partners. These are key entities which are involved in ecological transformation and are promoting innovative technologies. This year, the subject of our conference is the energy of change. For many years, accepting these methods of productions and way of living seems to be the only path to slow down the excessive consumption of natural resources and to limit our unbeneficial and impact on biodiversity, which we know that the challenge ahead of us is huge and covers all sectors of the economy: transport, energy, agriculture, and healthcare and health protection. Facing these challenges, Polish local governments are involved extensively, and they are involved and dedicated to the fact that so numerously they have participated in this Ecomiasta competition. From the time that the ambassador of France, I have taken the position 1 year, I have gone around the country quite considerably, and I'm surprised by the fact that there is many greenfield and roots activities and measures, and people are taking on the problematics. Local governments are the catalyzers of those grassroots initiatives, and they are in the first line of combat. The current conference is also with several weeks ahead to the Paris Summit, the fifth Paris Summit, and celebrate the anniversary, which was one of the main successes of recent years on the level of international cooperation. Thanks to the Ecomiasto cooperation, this Parisian spirit is present today in Warsaw and fully emphasizes the in-depth obligations and dedication of both countries as well as the European level. I would like to add that the current edition of Ecomiasto takes place in a key moment in Europe, in Poland, for Poland and for France, because the question of energy transformation are in the heart of the European agenda. This energy transformation, in order to go hand in hand with the plan of development and the reliving of our economies, and also the challenges which exist for the future and face us in the future. Europe can take a leap in light of these challenges, which are irreversibly will have impact on the daily life of our citizens, both in Poland, in France, as well as in all of Europe. Mr. Minister, mayors, Mr. Presidents, I'd like to ensure you that France is ready to support and offer cooperation in implementing a strategy of sustainable management and economy, as well as taking advantage of technological innovations which will be presented today during this week by French specialists. It's very important that we are all going in the same direction and that we are motivated more than ever, because we cannot keep shifting changes to a later period or postponing them. So I wish all of you fruitful debates and contacts during this week under the Ecomiasto slogan. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. We're very pleased that we can realize this project and all actions and measures fighting for sustainable development of cities, together with the embassy, together with you. And thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador, for your direct involvement and dedication today on the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, dedicated to the increasing degradation of the climate and climate concerns. We are wondering how to change the course of events. Realistic changes which need to be stimulated by a wise and smart government policy and internet. We're very pleased that Minister Kurtyka is present here and will take the floor. Thank you sincerely for the invitation, Mr. Ambassador, Mr. President. It's a pleasure to have the opportunity to hear in a Polish city the ambassador speaking in Polish about the Paris agreements and in the Paris Treaty. If not, then we would not be, if we had for a long time in a very heavy atmosphere, didn't discuss in a Polish city. It wasn't in Warsaw, but it was in Katowice. But we wouldn't have the Paris Agreement if we didn't start to speak about it in Katowice, if we don't have effective transport and economic and environmental transformation, if we don't speak about it in the cities. That's why I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at today's conference and share with you several reflections about what we are currently working on in the government. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are speaking about the cities, we are speaking about the essence of this mission, which is carries the auspices of the Ministry of the Climate. The Ministry of Climate has an objective raising the quality of life of Poles, and where are those challenges in terms of raising the quality of life, and then in cities, where also the aspects of air pollution, heat, city noise and floods cities are faced with. So without taking on this challenge, we will not be able to deal with and raise the level of and quality of life. If we were talking about the raising of quality of life, then I believe that very quickly we are moving to a technical element. How to move around, where to travel. And I would like to come back to antiquity for a moment. There was a Vitruvius, a theoretical architect, who elaborated an manual in the monastery of Monte Cassino in 1415. Today, it constitutes an important canon for the groups of architects, how a building should be created, how buildings should be and cities should be built. He mentions in that canon that if we speak about buildings, then we have to remember about two very important values: firmitas, utilitas, venustas. So useful, beauty, and durability. I would like to quote him because I believe that this is a good premise or seed for us to look at a city through the prism of values, not just through technicalia. So if we're speaking about a city or constructions or buildings, Vitruvius writes about that construction and structures are when foundations are in a permanent foundation and when there is a selection without any misery. So through appropriate spatial management, and not taking into consideration the sides, the directions of the world which are dedicated. Beauty will be ensured if the building is beautiful and whether it's based on appropriate principles of symmetry. After 2,000 years, you would like to ask yourself the question whether we're constructing our cities based on those durability, principles of durability, and beauty and tenurability. Are our cities friendly? Are they places where we want to spend time in and where we want to be in? We are in the Ministry of Climate. Our actions are aspiring to that and want to be conducive to that. So the city with a climate that we are conducting a cycle of workshops, a series of workshops together with the city, such a series of actions and measures. One of them is the school with climate, a city with climate, a home with climate. These are all actions which have a common denominator of durability, practicality, and beauty. So these are more earmarked at having more beautiful, friendly cities. The first application is the water crisis, and the aspect of when we were discussing about COVID and when we were in lockdown, we had a huge crisis of droughts and then floods. We, of course, have to adapt to that. We can't become accustomed to it because it will be difficult to, but we need to do a lot in the area of water. As the Ministry of Climate, we submitted 2 huge programs to the city, which are ending for resources of 100 million zloty. And we also went a step further, offering My Water program to households of allocation of 100 million zloty, and this shows that as Poles we are ready to respond positively to this challenge of retaining and the retention of water. Of course, it has its regulatory aspect. We are discussing with our partners, the Ministry of the Economy, of Water Economy, the Ministry of the Environment, about a new act where there's a proposed provision which would decrease areas which are subject to the fee of retention of a certain down to 600 meters of constructed area, and lost retention we need to speak of the attempt of specific action from the side of the owner of such a plot if above 50% of the water will be lost as a result of the construction. So we are talking about the concreting of cities, but we want to decrease the concrete in cities. We want them to be more friendly, and we want water to be retained. That's why we are discussing with our partners so that the tax or the fee that would be charged from the loss of this retention would be shifted to dedicating this to storing of water and retaining of water. This is a very important element which ties in and writes into our debate on this subject. If you allow me to take on a second subject matter, which is very strongly present at this conference, and that is the electromobility and clean transportation. And what is the no better time to discuss clean electromobility if we're talking in clean transport when we have this week of this type of transportation. So the policy of the government assumes that from 2025, cities above 100,000 population will only purchase zero emissions transportation, public transportation. So buses will either be hydrogen fueled or electrical. So I think that to a great extent this meets the challenges and expectations of our residents. We want to live in a city which doesn't pollute. We want a city also that is not loud and doesn't generate too much noise. So that's why we have an opportunity, and we have the opportunities as the Mr. Ambassador mentioned and the President mentioned. These are the resources that will be dedicated to the reconstruction of EU funds. We want to take advantage of this opportunity. We are aware of the fact that this zero emissions transformation is capital consumptive, and that's why we want to, and capital intensive, we want to take advantage of combining our aspirations of raising the quality of life as well as the resources that flow from the plan of reconstruction from EU resources. And the third subject area is clean air. Clean air, which the aspiration, civilizational aspiration, which we as a society are faced with and are facing. We, I think, agree that we want a radical improvement in this area. Therefore, the Clean Air Program, which is which Poles are very interested in, over 3 billion zlotys in applications submitted, 3 billion zlotys of thermomodernization exemptions. These are huge funds which are being allocated to Polish families. But for clean air to be a success, it has to be based on cooperation between the government and local government. That's why I would like to thank you for today's conference. I am available also for discussions on this matter. And as a ministry, we are also actively going forward. As last week, the Act on Thermomodernization was passed and assumes stop smog programs. In the next day, I was in Mszczyna, the most polluted town in Poland, and how we can to discuss how we can deal specifically in those areas, in those municipalities which are most polluted. 261 is the group which are the most polluted municipalities, and if we want to radically improve the situation, then we have to start there where the problem is greatest. So thank you to the authorities of many municipalities, including Mszczyna, which have actively become involved in cooperation with the government, taking advantage of the instruments that we are making available to them, thanks to the Act on Thermomodernization and the instrument Stop Smog instrument. So, and the certifications on municipalities of the incomes and revenues which will increase the clean air, the most impoverished, the most difficult municipalities in terms of the possibility of generating that application. We wanted the municipalities to be actively involved in actively coming out to the individuals who have the greatest difficulties in preparing such applications. And the last issue, in 2030, the energy policy of Poland assumes that in the cities we will stop using coal firing for heating purposes. This is also coming out towards residents' aspirations and inhabitants' aspirations, and we're very pleased that there's such a good debate about this and such great interest in such a difficult area in our cities. We would want, ladies and gentlemen, that our further actions for improving the quality of air, the quality of water, the quality of life in Poland took place in a spirit of basing ourselves on the backbone of certain values, and that we want these cities that be good, green, friendly, and that we can work on this together with the local governments. We are available to you.
Serdecznie dziękuję.
Thank you, Minister. Durability, beauty, usability. I think we are going to memorize that for a long time. Thank you for your openness and your being open to listening to the actual needs which we, the cities of Poland and of the world, are facing. After all, we are just a little element of this big puzzle, so such activities must be taken in a wise and bold manner. Minister, Ambassador, Mayor, thank you for setting out the directions of the development, for your presence and for your support under the Eco-Cities initiative. Before I invite you to the presentation and discussion panels, I would like to say a big thank you to all of those that contributed to the organization of this year's 7th edition of the project and of this conference. We are here at the Copernicus Center of Science. This is being broadcast and recorded live. I can see loads of people involved in making this happen. To all of you, I would really like to thank you very much. Thank you to the patrons, Ministry of Climate, Development, Infrastructure, the Natural Fund for Water Management, the Cities of Poland Union, also PNB Paribas, Citrus, and Veolia Poland Foundation, as well as Renault. A big thank you goes also to our media partners and the fund that co-financed this event. At 3:30, we will hold the ceremony of award giving to the laureates, also a special award of the Minister of Climate and of our strategic partners. That's why please feel invited to follow this grand event, to listen to what cities were selected as the best ones in the competition. And now, presentation by our eminent keynote speaker, Mr. Edwin Bendyk and Madam Anne Giraud. Thank you very much. Studio of this international conference, Eco-Cities 2020, the Energy of Change. And this is Marta Biegowska-Kwida and Bartłomiej Kozak from UNEP Center in Warsaw. So at the opening, we've heard about the challenges that we are facing now related to the climate change, climate adaptation, the loss of biodiversity, drought, but also Mr. Ambassador mentioned that we can now sense this change of this energy of change in the local governments. And this precisely is what we want to talk about in the days to come. I hope that this principle of strength, usability and beauty will also apply from now on, so that it can be treated as a slogan for the changes to be carried out at local governments. So Bartek, tell us what you have still in store. Before we start this very particular and specific conference and the online workshops that are planned for the upcoming days, let's take a broader picture. Edwin Bendek, a well-known columnist of Polityka Weekly, known for writing about particularly relevant topics to cities, to the climate, and I am sure he is going to touch upon these themes as well. He has also authored a book called In Poland, that is everywhere, the book on the fall of the world. It doesn't sound very positive, does it? But I hope that there will be some positive notes to his speech. Now he heads the Batory Foundation in Poland, so we are waiting for this very inspiring, hopefully, presentation.
Kryzys klimatyczny to największe wyzwanie, z jakim mierzy się dziś ludzkość. Szczególną rolę odgrywają tu miasta.
Zajmując mniej więcej niż 3% powierzchni naszej planety, odpowiadają za wytwarzanie nawet 75% gazu cieplarnianego. Będąc w centrum problemu, miasta są jednocześnie miejscami, w których powinny zrodzić się jego rozwiązania. Mieszkańcom miast powinno na tym zależeć. Skutki zmian klimatu, takie jak fale upałów, gwałtowne zjawiska pogodowe i podtopienia, dotkną również miast. Powinniśmy podjąć stanowcze działania, by konsekwentnie uniezależnić się od spalania paliw kopalnych, gaz biogeniczny czy ropa naftowa. Przy tej okazji warto również zadbać o zielone miejsca miasta, o znajdujące się w nich cenne zasoby wodne. Skorzystamy na tym wszyscy w ekologicznych miastach, żeby się rodzić.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to this extremely critical conference, to the eminent predecessors. Thank you for your interesting speech. The bar is quite high right now. I hope I will be able to embrace it. Well, my task for today is to add several elements to the discussion on the future of cities in terms of sustainable development. So I feel I must refer to what we are experiencing these days, which is the pandemic, which doesn't make other problems less important, because we've heard that just a moment ago. However, it does shed some light on some problems and lead to some rethinking. One of such conclusions is that most modern key challenges important for our civilization are mixed. They are intertwined. They are global, just like the climate change, but there is no one single solution for all of them. These must be sought locally, based on some universal knowledge of the science, but also based on local resources, the so-called socialized knowledge, precisely in such locations as cities. It might seem trivial to those who deal with cities, but in Poland, right now, We are seeing with our own eyes the consequences of this conclusion. And the example is how we are trying to combat smog. Smog indeed is such a complex, intertwined issue requiring very comprehensive, complex solutions. Krakow, a city that used to symbolize smog after 25 years of their systemic combating of smog right now, is actually a role model to follow in that respect. Other cities such as Warsaw and other cities are looking up to Krakow. But on the other hand, they know that they need to find their own solutions. And that is really critical. Look at the pandemic and how we are trying to respond to this crisis. Look at different cities. For example, the C40 network cities, including Warsaw. These are the largest global metropolises. Their mayors have decided that pandemic doesn't make any other crises faced by these cities less important. In fact, it does the opposite. It accelerates the implementation of innovations. For example, the idea of a 15-minute city. Anne Hidalgo's election campaign main idea in Paris. She came up with a new way of thinking about her city. And it is actually now being promoted by the whole C40 network. I'm sure you're going to hear more about this from the next speaker. The new strategy of Amsterdam is another example. It was announced in April, and it is about the new model of economy where you don't think only about growth but also about keeping a certain balance between the social and environmental aspects. It has been implemented in this very particular cities, but also it is recommended by other cities and observed by others as a role model to follow. If you look at Polish cities, fortunately pandemic did not cancel the manner of how Wrocław is talking to the residents, or Warsaw is now also preparing the citizen dialogue on climate change. And this is another example proving that pandemic has accelerated the search for particular solutions. Solutions that we need in order to answer the following conclusion. We have entered the times where we need to think strategically, that is, think about the unthinkable. Just like the pandemic, even though in the autumn last year we were warned about potential consequences, we quickly realized that we need to change our way of thinking. We need to start coping with the challenges posed by this new phenomenon. Importantly, the discovery or what we learned about ourselves in this time, the first weeks of the crisis, the discovery that cities can no longer be only managed based on operational excellence. These days, what matters is to be able to react to crises, to be resilient, to be able to act quickly in the changing environment. Resilience implies that the key source is driven by the residents. I know this is another trivial conclusion, but if you look at Warsaw in the year 1945, when the left bank Warsaw was freed, was liberated, it didn't remind of a city at all. It was totally bombed. 500,000 people, however, came back and they catalyzed their energy to rebuild the city and to make it vibrant once again. We often forget about the role of inhabitants of cities. We only perceive them as the users of certain urban services, payers of taxes that are quite crucial. But in the pandemic, we were able to see another face of inhabitants. For example, the so-called necessary employees, all of those professions who had to go to work. They could not stay at home and work from home. People working in hospitals, in stores, public transportation. These are thousands of people that have been ignored, just seen as part of infrastructure, and now they are seen as an indispensable part of the city structure. And the quality of their work is really not to be overestimated. Also, another discovery that we made because of the pandemic is that the communities of cities have been found to be very well self-organized, able to face new challenges like sewing face masks or supporting the elderly. This experience leads to another question that should be posed. People say, well, we can't waste the experience of the crisis. So the question is now, how do we use the discoveries we made during the crisis to change our cities into green cities? And the basic conclusion is that we should abandon thinking about cities in terms of governing them, but rather of co-governing, co-managing, co-creating of urban space together with inhabitants. This by far is not an easy task. After all, taking care of the space and inhabitants is not easy. The urban space, and we've seen that ourselves when we had to stay at home, in our home offices, students, employees, we realized that the social structure is quite far away, that it is not only physical, but that this is also present in other dimensions. Unexpectedly, we became inhabitants of the so-called hybrid space, as the scholars say. Who, in fact, is an inhabitant of such hybrid space? Or, politically, who is entitled to live in a city that has a hybrid area in it? Are these only real estate owners, tourists, owners of online platforms that help us coordinate activities in cities, but who, on the other hand, collect the data that we leave? And these data are required to manage cities in an efficient way and coordinate the activities. So, who is the present inhabitant? And let's not forget about migrants who keep working in many of those important professions. Well, we don't have any simple answers. Or the answers are different for metropolises and for small towns. However, we are coming back to the first conclusion that I presented today in this way, the one we all are facing. So, summing up, let me share two most important comments. The first one is that the pandemic made us realize that the city management model based on the managerial style or technocratic style is no longer valid. Well, after all, it gave the success story to many cities in the last 30 years, but also Adamowicz, mayor of Gdańsk, the former mayor of Gdańsk, warned that this is no way of thinking about the future of cities, and the pandemic actually proved that this is true. We need to find a different solution for the future. However, there is one more recommendation on the management of cities, which is to say that with the pandemic, we saw the end of the successful modernity, where the development and prosperity of cities was connected with quantitative categories such as economic growth. Right now, what we can realize is that these categories are actually quite troublesome, and that modernity based on the two principles, which is the utopian hope, think about technical progress and its capacities, and the responsibility that said that we need to be cautious about technology sometimes, because the consequences of applying technologies might actually be worse than the problems that it is solving. Today, we need a totally different approach. The climate crisis seems to confirm that the principle of cautiousness is important, but it's not as easy. We know very well that the climate change is something we are responsible for, we, the people, and our activity. So it's only us that can stop the crisis and save the world from a catastrophe. Now, how do we do this? First of all, we need to rely on the technologies and on the science. After them, we will not find any solutions. So this is something we can't resign from. On the other hand, we need to be careful. Again, thinking about the principle of responsibility, we need to be prudent. And hence, the synthesis of these two opposite principles should give rise to a new way of thinking about the future of our cities. And this is the principle of imagination. In the world of complex problems which are intertwined, there are no easy recipes. We can't just follow the example of cities that started solving problems earlier than we have. We need to find original solutions, individual solutions for each city. And thus, let us be inspired by other locations, but still, let's use our imagination so that we can pursue the vision of a better future, including actors, entities, and processes that we can't see still, that are being ignored, and that will help us include new resources that we never might have expected before. These are syntheses that give us a chance for a good, hopeful future. Thank you very much.
Witamy ponownie po bardzo
Welcome back to the studio after this inspirational speech of Edwin Bendek. Oh, I totally agree. To me personally, it was inspiring because it mentioned the local context. When you think about cities, you are no longer just anchored in these cities. We talk about locality understood as an important role to be fulfilled by inhabitants, residents, in terms of co-shaping their manner of living and working. On the other hand, it's also about how we talk about the world and about ourselves. It's not only about exchanging best practices on cities, but also the solutions that were mentioned before, like this 15-minute city, where you should be able to fix all your errands during a 15-minute walk within a city, or a donut concept city like in Amsterdam, where social needs are to be realized within the boundaries of ecosystems. These are extremely inspirational ideas on how cities should react to modern challenges. Not only just copy and paste solutions that were tried and tested in other places, but we need to keep talking about the future of cities. For example, at such fora as this very conference or daily cooperation between local governments and inhabitants. And this is what we are going to touch upon tomorrow. Yes, indeed, I think the social aspect and educational aspect is extremely relevant. And it's only natural probably now to move on to the next guest, the next speaker, Madame Anne Giraud, with her extensive experience in involving local communities to search for some local solutions. These might be very practical solutions. Now, how can you utilize the resources you have to use energy more efficiently in your own household? Madame Giraud is former director of the Paris Climate Agency, and it is also due to her engagement that Paris decided to shape its energy mix in such a way that 100% of its energy will be from renewable energy sources until 2050. What about Warsaw? Are we following suit? Well, talking about some inspirational examples from Paris, I think we should mention, for example, supporting urban gardening initiatives and helping inhabitants take part in making cities greener. This is also an area that our speakers mentioned before. But talking about energy, indeed, we are going to face a huge challenge. I have no doubts here, because with the EU is now striving for climate neutrality, we know that. But on the other hand, the energy mix of Poland is just like it is. It is based on coal, even though we can see some silver linings, so maybe things will change. Think about think about offshore wind farms or the My Electricity project, as a part of which people install photovoltaic panels on their roofs. We can see an emergence of such community in Poland, and actually I talked in person with Anne Giraud in Paris, and during the interview that I conducted with her, she mentioned these ambitions, aspirations, and 2050 is actually quite viable. They are very serious about this. But what they're starting with is energy efficiency, which is the curbing of the consumption of energy. And I'm sure those of you listening to us at your households start thinking about how you consume energy at home. Do you respect and conserve energy? Do you verify your daily habits where you could still reduce it? If we understand correctly what the technical support is saying, is it looks like Anne Giraud is almost ready to take the floor. So Anne Giraud will take the floor in just a moment. Thank you. Where you could still
podkreślili i jednocześnie zapowiadacie mi kończycie. Z na początku tak nie wiedziałem.
Hello. Yes. Yes. I hear you. Is it fine? This is hello. I share the presentation. It's fine for you. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Hello. Yes. Yes. I hear you. Is it fine? Okay. I'm sorry. I share the presentation. It's fine for you. Okay, sorry. Hello. Okay. I'm sorry for all those technical problems. Okay, I'm there. I'm there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's been a pleasure to be with you this morning. I've been participating to this EcoMiasto meeting since the last 5 years. And congratulations to all the organizers, UNEP GRID, the French Embassy, Mr. Ministries, and all the friends from EcoMiasto being able to organize this meeting, because we know that due to these events, how it's important to share good practices, problems, questions, opportunities, and good news. This is something I'm going to explain to you in this presentation. First of all, I would like to share with you what this crisis tells us. All our crises are aligned. The crises are now all linked. And maybe you have seen this presentation in social networks in the last months, presenting that COVID-19 is a part of the crisis. But behind this, we have this big recession. And we do hope that recovery budgets will help us to accelerate the needed transformation. But behind that, and in between, and in the same time, we have also the crisis of climate change. And we have also with this, the biodiversity collapse. And it's worth to say that last week, the WWF reminds us that we have lost at least 50% of biodiversity in the last 50 years. So as it has said before, and I totally agree with the diagnosis and the presentation, all this crisis will have to be solved together. And what tell us also all this crisis is that we are part of the living world. We have forget this, and it's a pity. But if we want to solve all this crisis, we have to remind that and be inspired that the fact that human beings is a part of the living world and not a master of the living world. Then we all know, it has been very well said before, that climate change is not an opinion, is not a belief, it's just a scientific fact. And what the scientists say to us, that we have to keep global warming below under 1.6 degree, the increase. And we have to achieve carbon neutrality by the year 2050. However, if we see what is going on now, we see that the reference scenario that we are following is not helping us to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. And we know that having a world with +4 or +5 degrees by mid-century will not giving us a livable and peaceful world. And going to finance, it's also now very well known that in insurance company, they say that a world with 4 degrees is not anymore insured, being able to be insured. Those images is real images, large migrants, natural disease, and one of these pictures has been taken 3 days ago in the south of France due to expanded flows. So this is bad news, but a good news. good news is that it is still possible. And the agenda is very clear. And in my presentation, I will insist a lot on the agenda. We have 30 years to reach the objective, and we have to do it step by step. Thanks to Sustainable Development Goals, we know that all those objectives has to be put all together. And if we discuss and if we have this precise agenda, we can say that the next 2 years will have to help us to initiate the reversal of greenhouse gas emission curves. We have 10 years to struggle extreme poverty and 30 years to regain control of the Earth's temperature. The agenda is clear. So it means that it's time for action. The next 10 years will be decisive for that. And you see on the picture people being at the nearby the City Hall of Paris, reclaiming and asking for precise and concrete action now. Of course, green recovery is a big opportunity. There is a lot of budget which is going to be given or lent to many countries in Europe. It could be an opportunity if this green recovery helps deep transformation, and I will come back to that later on. And for that, and it has very, very well been said before, local authorities, territories, new governance, civil society embark on those subjects are really in front, and we have to put them at the bottom, at the head of the strategy if we want to succeed. Also, it is time for action, because if we delay those actions, then we will increase the burden for the next generation. Then if we delay the action, then the option will be more difficult, more risky, and more expensive. So the more we can do now, the best it will be for the future. So time for action in different ways. It has also very well in the previous presentation. Our pattern is has not to be the same as it was in the previous century. We have to reset our thinking partners. We have to reset and use the Sustainable Development Goals as a new software. We have to create and to invent together new story for our positive future. You see pictures on the right side of my slides on large consultation that has been launched in Paris. I will say a few words about Paris climate plan strategy at the end of the presentation. And this is something very important. We have also to prepare the resilience of our territories. We are going to face crises, shocks, adaptation that we are not able to imagine now. Who was able to imagine that due to a pandemic, we will have to stop the world for a few months? This was not possible to imagine last year. So it's important to prepare resilience of our territory. It's also very important to exchange experience, and Ecomiasto is very important for us and for you to exchange and to see what are the best practices and to do the best things that we can do now. Now change our software, but also have a just transition. Just transitions means that we don't have to leave anyone behind our way to climate neutrality by 2050. In the last days, it has been said that the world's richest 1% cause double emission than poorest 50%. This scheme, I'm sorry for that, it's in French, also was put on the table by what we call a large consultation that has been launched in France for the climate in the last year, and show that the richest have the more impact on greenhouse gas emission. So without just transition, without sharing the burden, without inclusion and equity, we will not be able to go so far and to go to 2050. And also a few words about young generation. The young generation, whatever they will do, wherever they will be, they will have sustainable development, and climate change will be part of personal or professional life. So we have to take care of them, to address them, because they will not stop to protest and to ask us what are we doing for their future life. And then I would like to give you some example of what have been done in Paris. I know many cities are involved in climate plan strategy. I'll just give you some example of our strategy. First climate plan strategy has been launched in 2007, and the last one adopted unanimously was on 2017. The strategy was to make a fairer, inclusive, and resilient city with coherence and conversion. 4 pillars for that: mitigation, adaptation, resilience, and inclusion. 500 proposals to reach carbon neutrality and 100 renewable energy. On the reverse, with the Paris Climate Action Plan, there is a Paris Climate Agency, and I was the head of this agency during the last 10 years. I would be very happy to exchange on this experience with EcoMiasto. This agency has the role to implement the Paris Climate Agency with citizens and also with private sector. It is mandatory. It's also, I must say that in France, Paris climate the strategy is mandatory by law, but it also the mainstream and the mandatory and public cities as to and public policies in Paris has to be compliant with the Paris Climate Agency, and this is very, very important. I am talking a lot about agenda. This is very important. In the strategy, there is 3 main milestones. What can be done in 2020? We have to accelerate. We have a lot of things that we can do right now, and so we have to do it and accelerate this. We have another is from 2020 to 2030. What kind of big, ambitious, and operational action plan we have to implement? And this is, for example, building renovation, urban planning, and mobility. I will say a few words on that later on. And then the vision, 2030 to 2050. This is 100 renewable energy city, carbon neutral, and inclusion. All this is made in order to build the tipping point. How can we put all this together in order to go to a deep transformation? And the earliest will be the best. This is a tipping point. For that, we need, of course, to improve personal behavior. But this is absolutely necessary, but it's not sufficient. We have to address target priority sector for just transition. Like I said, building sector, mobility, urban planning, and transformation on energy grids to be able to address renewable energy. And we have to give large priorities to training, education, communication, and collective intelligence. We all have a lot of things already implement and successful, and this has to be largely disseminated by collective intelligence. And to conclude, I will just give you a few words about main structural transition, which is written in the climate plan strategy in Paris. First of all is how we can renovate all our building sector. 1 million dwellings to renovate by the year 2050. Paris is already built city. 90% of the buildings will be there in 2050. How we can address this building renovation? Very large grants has been proposed by the city of Paris, and Paris Climate Agency is the head of a platform, a global program which helps the owners to prepare good projects and will help also the professionals to improve their capacity, to exchange experience, to follow the results of this policy by having an observatory, and to raise some new financial means in order to help the renovation. This is part of a new urban planning section. It has been said before, this Ville du Quart d'Heure, which is one of the objectives, but it's also how we can renovate urban planning regulation in the city of Paris, taking care of adaptation, taking care of vegetalization, new form of mobility, new form of working system, new form of energy grids, possibility of having more renewable energies in building sector. So this is all this experience is now within the climate plan strategy. I will be very happy to exchange this with you if you need, and giving some links if it's possible. At the end, I would like to thank you very much. Merci. Sorry for the technical problem. Dziękuję. And I wish you to have pleasure in this for this 21st century, because our common future must be beautiful for all. And if you need any help and any other information, I will be available with the city of Paris to give you this. Thank you.
Pani Anne Giraud nawiązała do tego.
Mrs. Angelo tied into the fact how society needs to be flexible to those challenges, and that the pandemic has shown us that we are capable of being flexible if it's necessary. So we will speak about the impact of the pandemic on cities in the second discussion panel. Right now, I'd like to invite you to the first panel. The first panel, Energy for Changes in the City, will be conducted by Mrs. Aleksandra Dziadekiewicz, and we'd like to give the floor to the main studio. Ms. Aleksandra was a voice of Tok FM, and right now she works in Forum Energy currently, so she is definitely the person to handle this subject matter. So we give the floor to Ms. Aleksandra, and we hope for a fascinating discussion. I also hope that our discussion will be fascinating.
No nie ma to jak wyrwać się trochę przed szereg.
It's always good to get ahead of the pack a little bit. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aleksandra Magiewicz, and I represent Forum Energy, Forum of Energy, and I'm very proud of the fact that today we can speak about how cities should be involved in the reduction of emissions in the city, and our plan is Energy for Changes in the City. And for energy, we will be tying to energy subjects. The guests of today's debate will be Mr. Marcin Popkiewicz, the science of the portal, science of climate, Mrs. Adam Guburze-Czetwerczyński, Vice Deputy of Climate, Vice Minister of Climate, Mr. Frederick Farosz, President of the Board of Veolia Group in Poland, and Mr. Jerzy Śledziewski, Vice President of BNP Paribas Bank. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please take your microphones, gentlemen, and when we are speaking, so that whoever is joining us in the audience can hear what we are saying. as an entry point or a starting point which we need to remember about if we're talking about limiting emissions are certain proposals which recently were put forward. And I'm speaking about the proposal of the European Commission, which says that the reduction aim or goal for the reduction of emissions of greenhouse gases by 2030 should be much more ambitious than was thus far. The new objective, the new goal, proposed by the European Commission just recently is 55% of reduction of emissions compared to 2019. Well, I don't know. I need to ask about the Polish government, because we were a little bit distanced toward those reduction goals. I think that this is a very ambitious goal, and I think that everybody can see that, and both the industry and NGOs see what huge challenge this is. Achieving carbon neutrality will require radical changes in all sectors of the economy. And I have no reason to postpone, or we have no reason to postpone those changes. We need to start as soon as possible, because the costs will increase. And this is clear for us. I think in the EU we have this tendency to concentrate sometimes too much on the numbers, and we forget about specific measures or actions that have to be undertaken in order to achieve that objective. So it's very important for us to understand what the consequences are of such a goal, what is going to mean specifically that we need to do this in transport, in heating, in industry, to achieve those goals, and what kind of consequences they have for independent parts of the economy, not only independent parts of the economy, but also individual member states, so that we can be sure that we not only have a very nice goal, but that it's empty, but that we actually achieve those reductions. So 55% that has been framework for the Polish government. It sounds like something difficult or something that we want to get on board with. Undoubtedly, this is difficult. I don't believe that any transformation process comes easily. Key for us is to be sure that we have the tools, legislative instruments and financial instruments which make it possible to achieve this objective. We also realize what kind of challenges we will be facing, and as a country, and every member state has slightly different challenges. So this policy should take into consideration Polish specificity, that we are sure that we can fulfill the expectations that are set ahead of us. So policy, of course, is very important because it's regulations. Business, of course, is important because without business we can't realize anything. But what about the climate? Now, a question to the editor. So the EU says 55% reduction. Is that sufficient or is it too late? You mentioned for 55% is that the starting point is the EU policy. No, it's science that's the starting point. CO2 from geological sources then disperses out into the environment and the oceans. For example, how much smog we have outside the window, and I know how much my neighbors are polluting the air. But we have to remember that CO2 accumulates in the environment, and those accumulations is not something that happens day to day. It is accruing, so the budget, the carbon budget, in order to not to exceed critical points, is shrinking. What we've achieved within 5 years ago within the Paris climate, and was the 1.5 degrees in Celsius. So it's necessary to, in the mid-century, level emissions. globally. But as the European Union, as Poland, we're emitting a lot. Our coal budget, our carbon budget is basically about 10th as a global emissions. In the 60s and the 70s, based on coal-based economy and heavy industry, we were emitting as much, a lot, and that of course improved a little bit after the economic transformations. But for 20 years, they've been basically at the same level. But science says that we have to do this, and the critical points are appearing closer and closer. So I think that Greenland has past the tipping point, and I think that 7 meters in long in Gdańsk, and I feel strange knowing that the seas are going to rise and the deep ice is going to thaw, that there's going to be droughts, floods. We see in Siberia the forest fires, California the fires, extensive fires. So I think that the Paris Agreement is also running on the rail, basically, and we have to remember those countries that are emitting. They have the organizational, financial tools, like the European Union, a lot of responsibility. Then and to approach this on the base of diversified sustainability. We should have reduced by the 30s, not only in the cities, but also remember our past. So we're entering the path that we know that we are not coming to the final conclusions. If we look at what happened several months ago and the good changes that occurred in this area, then that's not the last word. And I think that generally speaking, so I think that this is a good start, because in these discussions today, there's no discussion whether we should be reducing emissions or not in Poland or in the European Union. The question is now, we've passed the tipping point, and now we said that that doesn't really count. The question is how we do it. We are at a conference where we're concentrating on cities. So if I want to ask you a question, what does it mean to limit emissions in a city? Which gentleman would like to take the floor? But I would gladly say something, but of course I've said a lot already. But of course, moving away from fossil fuels, that's the basic thing. Cities don't have much potential for generating energy, a little bit from the sun, from a waste, city waste, but it's a question of rationalization of the use of energy. Okay, so we'll substitute fossil fuels with photovoltaics, wind farms, and RASs, but the question is, how much energy do we actually need? Because do we need 8 kilograms of mine, or 6 kilograms, or number of joules of energy? If we, let's say, not go out for a beer, okay, not for a beer, not to advertise, but to lemonade. So if you want to know how much, let's say, to have that lemonade, are you interested how much cooling was needed, energy for cooling the lemonade, or how the lemonade, the products were brought into the place where the lemonade was made? So we need to remember, so Rug's about limiting it to half in about mid-century, and the Professor Popczyk, who is supposed to be here, is 1/5. So if we take a car, let's say we use a certain amount of energy, like several centimeters or a certain level, can we do better than that in terms of energy consumption? If we go electrical, we can drop it by half. Can we do better than that? If we don't have a 1.5 ton, but a small car, city car, urban car, then we drop down a little bit more. So if we take municipal public transportation, it's also several centimeters down. So if we go by bike, it's less. So it's not the use of energy, it's just the movement that I need actually to stay healthy. So if we're getting rid of vehicles and going on to mass transportation and buses, it's done in Copenhagen. It's not about climate, it's all about improving life quality. We're decreasing accidents, noise, smog, and so it's many examples like that. And with the buildings, so this actually we are drawing, sketching a beautiful perspective, because about what we want to achieve, so what these cities should look like in, let's say, 10, 20 years, because in the next days of the conference, all the subjects that we are going to be discussing are going to be gone into more in depth. So please show us and present us a vision. One more word. So there's something that we have to do. We have to reduce emissions. And the question is how to do it so it's best from an economic, social, political way. So Mr. Fedarczyk, if we're talking about a city in 20 years, what should it be like?
Thank you for this intervention. If you allow me, I'm going to speak English. I think it will be clearer for you.
In English, what do I think of the city of 2050? I think the first, it should be clean air, no smog. This is unfortunately a problem today. All the cities in Poland are fighting against that with success, I must say, by the way, but still the road is long. We, by the way, are doing that in Warsaw and in other cities by connecting to our network. So this is the first thing, I guess, but I hope it will be solved today. It should be easy to commute from work to home. I think everyone expects this. We should have green spaces, preserved and extended, recreation places, etc. And it should be environmentally friendly. The city of 2050 has to be environmentally friendly. What does it mean? For us, Veolia, it means to use as less as resources, natural resources as possible, or to renew them, or both, let's say. The city should target a form of self-sufficiency, I would say. Self-sufficiency can be achieved in various ways. I will talk about waste, water and energy because this is the businesses where we are and we believe they have a big impact on the cities. So, for the water, the loop has already been closed in the Polish cities. A lot have been done. And the cycle is closed, the water is recovered, the biogas from the sludges, and the biogas produces green power in many cities already. A lot has been already done. For the waste, segregation has been started already a couple of years ago and is already giving good results, I guess, in Poland. There is still something to be done. We can reuse the rest, what cannot be segregated for fuel, for waste to energy processes, for example, But again, the road is not so long. I agree now that the energy remains a topic that will need a couple of time. What we can offer already today, thanks to the district heating, which is, I repeat, a very valuable asset for the Polish cities, waste from industry, waste heat from industry or waste. This is already a reality, starting though in a small scale. It can be further extended and give very good results. We can use power from prosumer facilities. This is already a reality. And we could work a lot on reduced demand side, I think. This is not yet done enough, according to me. A lot has to be done there. So I think all this sounds a bit like an ideal vision, but if we introduce really the circular economy principles, it can become a reality.
No, trochę tak jest, że musimy rysować.
Well, you are right. We need to sketch some visions. We need to be able to have some visions and some dreams to pursue them. We've discussed some main topics, but if you think that cities should emit less, then actually what comes to my mind are three main aspects. First of all, energy efficiency of buildings, then district heating, discussed by President Farosh. You're right that heating in the cities is necessary and we need to consider to make it less coal-intense. And what Mr. Bobkiewicz mentioned, which is the area of public transportation. I think these are the three sectors we need to face. Recently, I've read analyses where it was calculated that, well, there is a lot to be done, no doubts about this, but the reduction of in these areas is possible until 2050 by 40%. This is how much we could reduce emissions as compared to the year 1990. And if you think about agriculture and industry, it turns out that yes, we will be in the position to meet the goal declared right now by the EU, or at least to be very close to it. So now the question is, how are we going to do that? And Minister, the question goes to you. You mentioned before some programs that are being pursued right now with some good results. But give us some more visions. What else should be done? How cities should be further supported so that energy is generated based on green sources? This My Electricity program implying micro PV installations. It sounds great. It's a great success story. But what else can we do to support both the city's management but also the inhabitants of cities so that they have a chance to live in a city that emits less? Well, first of all, let me emphasize how happy I am about having heard what my predecessors said. Because when I was listening to the gentleman, especially to Professor and to Mr. President, it was my impression that I actually can hear exactly what we took into account when we drafted the energy policy document. Because in fact we do address in this document all of these areas, both energy efficiency, heating and transportation. We also see them as key elements of cities. We want to come up with a very tangible schedule of activities so that the changes are conducted in a proper dynamic pace. These are central topics, and such changes will be based on the currently existing programs that will be further improved. You mentioned the My Electricity or My Current program by Minister Kurtyka, but also this is the thermal insulation tax credit. Many Poles have taken advantage of this program and modernized their houses to boost energy efficiency. This really leads to some very tangible savings for the citizens of Poland. And therefore the programs proved very effective. We want, however, also to adjust the currently existing programs to the new goals. For example, this refers to this clean air or My Electricity programs to make the city transition happen in the direction of fewer greenhouse gas emissions and fewer pollution. That means we are going to target such programs to city management or to public transportation companies. We want the such transportation in Poland to be emission-free until 2030. There will be also a subsidy program using the Low Emission Transportation Fund for cities to purchase such vehicles. And the government is determined to pursue these goals using both national and EU funding. For the EU, we have proposed many projects important from the viewpoint of urban transition in terms of single-family house transition, public utility buildings, thermal insulation of transportation infrastructure. These are very crucial areas. Well, someone could say, listening to us, oh, that sounds great. But on the other hand, is that enough? Are we doing enough? Shouldn't we step up these processes? Because right now Well, let's face it, we have no choice any longer. We need to employ more money to make this happen. So what I'm talking about now is big companies. Mr. Szedzewski, you haven't spoken yet. Please explain. When I think about the changes that must happen, then we have the EU policy, but then if you go one level down to the national policy, you need to have stable legislative system, stability of law, so that companies can feel comfortable in the framework in which they operate. Also in terms of the support which they receive. So my question to you is, do you feel in such a position? Is there cooperation between your company and the government? Well, we do have very ambitious goals, that's true, but in the recent 2 years, I've observed a great acceleration. Acceleration also in how we think and how much resources we devote to this topic. We call it a green change program. So let me discuss two perspectives of our people and of the customers. We employ 10,000 people. And in the beginning, we said, let's inspire, let's produce. And now, after 2 or 3 years' time, we are in a different place. We can see that this program right now leads to thinking that the future is truly now. And not only do we need to reach out to our customers, but we also need to support some real changes. And looking at the past year, we cooperated with our partners and were able to receive support for over 11,000 customers, which is over 600 million zloty invested in green initiatives. And this is just the beginning. So we are now currently having talks with the ministry and with the Polish Investment Bank and with the housing estate cooperatives or associations. Support is actually composed of 3 elements. There is the ELENA program. 90% of it is financed for an energy audit. Also, there is attractive funding supported by the European Investment Bank and thermal insulation programs funded by the Polish Bank of National Economy. So, on the one hand, we want to be close, and we can see that it all has already begun. The avalanche, as you will have, has already started, and we now have tens, thousands of customers interested. Can you sense any pressure? I'm talking to Mr. Bobkiewicz. Is there any pressure? Let me tell you why I'm asking this. Especially in Warsaw, but also in other larger cities, there are some grassroots initiatives. People believe that by their consumer decisions, they can express a certain objection to some policies, like, for example, less consumption of meat, using your own bags when shopping. But there it is also related with some other question. Well, how come the consumer should be the only responsible entity if it's the big companies that keep producing things that become waste? So my question is about pressure. Is social pressure enough? Because scientific pressure has proved not to be sufficient so far. Tell me. Well, talking about pressure, the sense of urgency, of course, it is there. people, but scientific reports is not enough. You need to be able to sense something on your own skin. Think about the United Nations, the European Union, the World Bank, and other entities. There are more and more such big institutions that are very serious about this. So this is a top-down pressure, but there is also a bottom-up pressure. Our kids realize now that it's us, the parents, our generation, that are causing troubles. And the kids don't like a situation where they need to pay for the parties to which their parents go. And this is how you could sum it up. So the pressure is growing also in the financial sector, because the banks analyzed the situation. They know the estimates about the prices of commodities and technologies, and they decided that investing in coal is no longer viable. So if this pressure comes from many sources, then we really have a chance to succeed. And I can see that also in local governments who are now advocating changes in law, thermal insulation of buildings. Let's not build buildings today which are no longer zero effective. We really need to start building buildings in the new technologies, because they really are not much more costly. And then you will not pay bills. And you really need to help the transformation. So let's start from ourselves, from our own households. Let's start quitting meat and eating some veggies. Yes, and by the way, eating veggies sometimes is even more expensive. Or the vegan burgers can actually be more expensive than the conventional ones. Yes, that's true. But think about deforestation, emissions, the costs. Think about antibiotics. Think about using water, ethical costs. So if you buy a beef burger, you only pay part of the cost that the planet must pay. So we are heading in this direction, I think, so that the environmental costs are included in the price of meat. So you will be able to eat a pork chop at a restaurant, but you need to pay more for it. Okay, it seems to me that we actually left off from the main topic, but actually it's related. I mentioned before heating, transportation, and electrical engineering. These topics have become headlines for big institutions such as the EU or the United Nations. But if you think about consumption, you said that certain shopping decisions should include some other. Is the EU talking about this? Yes, they are. Think about their different diagnoses. Well, yes, they are great at diagnosing things, but they haven't taken any steps yet. You're right. It will not be easy to reduce emissions without taking agriculture on board. That's true. All right, so we can see that the pressure is there and that more and more institutions say that they don't want to finance this dirty energy sector. And it's actually quite the mainstream now to be green. If someone, however, has such a, for example, a heating plant right now, power and heating plant, then they need to find a new way out in the new business landscape. So my question is to Mr. Farosh. What type of support or what support instruments do companies that provide and supply heating in cities would expect from the government to adjust easier to the transition? Because a lot of coal is consumed by heating. That's a sector where there is most to do still.
Convinced of the way to go. We know also more or less what to do, but we don't know how to get there. What we would need, let's say, from the authorities is, of course, the first stability and predictability of the rules. I mean, this is the key. We operate in energy, let's say, where our projects are long-term and they cost a lot. So stability is really a key factor. The decisions we take, they are embarking us for 30 years, you know, till 2050, the famous date. So all the predictability of the benefits for all the stakeholders, not only us, but the client, the society in general, must be as clear as possible. I mean, because it's complicated, before taking the decisions. So the government for sure has a leading role in setting the path to achieve the climate goals, and this has been done in the recent energy policy, I guess. What we aim at, we know, but how to get there, let's say, and how fast is where we can receive help. Above all, we should make it affordable for all. Participatory, as it is said in the energy policy, where the transformation has a cost, but it is, let's say, affordable for all. That's the best wording I found. Not only one should pay, not only Europe, not only the client, not only the companies.
Bardzo ważnym I bardzo dobrym.
I think an important element of the new energy policy published, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, it points out that we don't want to fire coal in cities. And I think it's great that this is written in a national policy. So, Minister, my question to you, are you talking to the business about this? And are you talking to entities that could help financing these transition measures? Well, of course. We are in conversation with all actors relevant for the transformation, not just with the business world. There are also many NGOs involved in fighting for a better air quality and emission reduction in cities. We also have some very field experiences which can help improve governmental programs to properly define the support. And referring to previous comments by Mr. Farage and your question, where the financial aspects were mentioned and the involvement of banks, this is one of the most relevant tools for us to reach out with our offer to all poles. This is crystal clear. Public money will be necessary, a lot of them, to make the transition happen. But also each private investment should be carried out in accordance with the best knowledge and technical capacities we have today to strive for zero emission or passive buildings. And here banks have a big role to play, and that's why we cooperate with the Union of Polish Banks to partner on the Clean Air project and address as many poles as possible. However, and this was mentioned before, there is also the element of energy poverty. We must remember about this. Not everyone can take out a loan to renovate their house. We must utilize the know-how of local authorities to identify those households which are in need of such support. Also, local governments should help us organize and support providing some community flats for the poorest members of the community. And expertise of local institutions will be invaluable here so that we can really identify such households. By involving all actors, we will be able to achieve our goals. Right, Mr. President, you wanted to add something? Yes. Well, you mentioned the banks twice, so I wanted to refer to it. Indeed, banks can play a big role in terms of deciding what we should finance in and what we should not. Such decisions are quite difficult sometimes. Like, for example, one of the banks that first decided to quit financing coal-based investments. Such decisions are not easy, in the beginning at least. As to the programs, we need a certain coalition in which banks will play a proactive role. And we've seen some very good examples with the public and private partners, with PFR and banks that were able to launch a support program very quickly. So here we are merging easy access to customers with trust and with verification, plus digitization. I do hope that cities and the state will be able to merge the subsidies with this support and these data. Fingers crossed. The money that will be pumped into the clean air will be immense. The future has arrived. We never believed we would have good highways, and we now do. So now we really don't want to be only the cities that emit black smoke in Europe. And for that we need proper support of banks, of local governments, where banks will provide funding but also verify the quality and help distribute the funding. And I think it's key. So I am very happy to see a very good atmosphere of these conversations. Hopefully we will be able to be even more efficient in reaching out to customers. Well, especially that the stakes are high because the EU will provide a lot of money for that. But on the other hand, we need to come up with good ideas and good projects so that they can be financed. The sector of electricity is not represented, so I will try to take over this role. And let's imagine a city beyond 2050. This is the time where the power grid in cities and energy supply to cities, I'm talking here both about thermal and electrical energy, will be different than it is today. Because by reducing emissions of CO2, we will need to make certain changes happen, focusing, for example, on renewable energy. But that means we need to learn system balancing in the renewable energy landscape. And it will be difficult because there will be more wind or less sun at some periods, and we will need to be able to store the energy. I'm sure you've heard the history about the green hydrogen. So what I'm driving at is that this is all interconnected. These are connected vessels. So in 30 years' time, if you imagine that there will also be only electric vehicles driving the streets, which actually could very well balance the system using flexible tariffs or by letting know to people, oh, that's a good time to charge your car, then that's an interconnected system, and the city will be totally different than it is right now, and we need to try to imagine what it will be in 30 years' time. Okay, but that's energy is one part, heating another, but there is one more aspect which plays a part. Water. Where do you take water from in a city where more and more frequently we see droughts? Question to Mr. Bobkiewicz.
I think this goes beyond energy transformation a little bit. We have to deal with the fact that water will be delivered, the number of precipitation will be the same, but there's going to be a lot of precipitation in a short period of time, and then no precipitation. So it's a question of adapting to the climate, and what we're doing is anti-adaptation. We're going to need to steer instead of preserving water where it falls, and like in forests or in meandering rivers. Everywhere there's a drought, and it's yellow and dried, and then there's water stored. So we need to change the landscape into more spongy landscape. So we have waterlands, and that's why additionally we're straightening rivers. So we have a drainage that flows down quickly we're cutting out forests which are potentially absorbing water. So we ameliorate fields and agricultural land. We need to preserve water wherever it falls. So rainwater on greater water retention, because we need it, for example, not in a retention tank 100 kilometers away, but on a farm field nearby. So in the old rivers, so the restoration of wetlands. We need to move away from concrete, and like Plac Konstytucji, it's a parking of Constitution. Then we have defilad, banking, theater. So there's no retention of water, and that means heat spells drought, and people are running away because so we need to change our approach, because the water's not going to disappear where we have many possible sources. It's not that we're going to be short of water in Warsaw, although like Skierniewice, there are cities and other cities, and we had 300 municipalities where there are limitations on water or lack of water, shortage of water. So since the climate is changing, we have to remember that and deal with that and think about this old thinking continues to exist in many official offices, and we need to think about where we can avoid drought and retain that water. But these are huge costs, Mr. Minister. Yes, as this is a subject which is outside of purely energy subject, but very relevant for cities. We had the risks that we were speaking of, and the bad practices in recent years, and we're trying to change this through our programs. I will mention that the question of wetlands is very important also for storing carbon, biodiversity. So that's why we're financing, and a decision was been taken by the National Fund of Environmental Protection and Water Management, the restoration of wetlands in Campinos National Park, so that role is reinstated for a very important role for our ecosystem. So we also had a program, Moja Woda, My Water, which worked in the first phase. Now we're gathering experiences from the first phase to make more efficient and smooth out the program in the next month. So this is definitely something that we would like to continue. And as was said, that small retention is excellent, and we're going to want to support it. Municipalities, which in their programs modernization programs, because it's also about making city centers more beautiful and adorn them, that the green infrastructure not only will plant beautiful granite, lay down granite or tiles, but think in a longer perspective. We want to support projects which take into consideration the retention needs in cities. And this is not only the question of water, but also the question of heat islands and heat waves, where the reverberations on those dark concrete or asphalt surfaces generate more and more problems for us in the future. So these are investments, as is in the case of many other projects, which are multidimensional and which are relevant not only to adapting to climate change or the reduction of emissions, but these are also investments which are to improve the quality of our lives in cities. And I think that this is the common denominator. We had another discussion a moment ago, our presentation, on Paris and how Paris is changing. Scandinavian cities, we have examples which we can refer to and base ourselves. Of course, a lot requires extensive expenditures, and we spoke about that already a little bit. One other thing, and I'm actually pleased about it, that we have the pandemic. I'm not happy or pleased that we have a pandemic, but that it occurred so suddenly, and that it occurred in many sectors, requiring those sectors to adapt immediately, suddenly, which seemed sectors that seemed very stiff are changing, and this can bring some new energy and inject some new energy and some courage on climate change. So I think that this maybe perhaps a positive impulse will result from this pandemic. I'm speaking about this because we're mainly concentrating on large cities now, Warsaw, Wrocław, or other Polish large cities. There's more and more awareness that important decisions have to be taken. We have Wrocław, which has shifted to the electronic. They're not printing any paper tickets, and it's an example, a small change that shows that we can go forward. But we have also smaller cities and towns, and a lot of education and raising awareness is needed there to go towards changes like that. So maybe the last question to you gentlemen, is there a difference in terms of the approach on climate change between large cities and small cities? Or smaller cities? So perhaps Mr. Minister can speak first. Of course, we see a difference, and we perceive it also in our programs. We spoke a moment ago about small retention programs. This is something that can be implemented and has more relevance for smaller areas or smaller towns where people have gardens. More people have gardens, because this is water which can later be used to water your garden, or instead of taking water from the district piping. So maybe these gardens are more probable in larger gardens and in smaller towns. So we spoke about heating also, and district heating. This is a sector which has a lot of challenge ahead of it, because we don't have this excellent or outstanding technology of generating heat, where we could say, for example, tomorrow we're starting to invest and there's going to be a certain technology in Poland starting tomorrow. There are certain technologies that can work in different areas, but in rural areas we have a good technology of heat pumps combined with PV panels, and this works very well. It generates a lot of savings, energy savings, and you can even have zero on your bills with these systems. So these solutions are very well adapted to smaller towns and cities. These are also solutions which we want to support in our programs. The third dimension in our discussion, which appeared, was transportation or transport. And transportation, the challenges are different because of the number of residents or the population. It's difficult to develop the public transportation system in such a way so that it can effectively manage this entire sphere. But it's also important to find solutions which will make it possible to decrease emissions also in this area. Mr. President Svarov,
the advantage because they have larger budgets, bigger administrative capacity, etc., visibility. So it's easy to target big projects. Sorry. And big achievements, let's say. And for example, we could cite Warsaw, where we had the smart district heating network. On the other hand, you have political influences in large cities, so it may not be so simple. Small, on the other hand, is reactive. Okay, the budgets are smaller, but the risk is also smaller to test innovative solutions. And once the decision is taken, it can be really fast. For example, I would repeat the example that was taken, I guess, by Minister Kurtyka this morning. Pszczyna, in the south of Poland, has terrible problem with the smog, but still they are quite creative because they envisage a solution based on hydrogen, which today does not fly from an economical point of view. But if we don't start by such projects, we will never start. So it gives an opportunity, thanks to the size exactly. So we'll be happy to join this initiative if it's still open for us.
Pan Marcin Bobkiewicz, a potem na koniec pan prezes.
Tak, było o ciepłownictwie. To ciepłownictwo ma olbrzymie wyzwania przed sobą, bo z jednej strony mamy jednak ocieplenie klimatu i zapotrzebowanie.
We're talking about climate, and we talk about the winters that we have now and the winters we had 20 years ago. Generally, we're also going to have insulation, so energy consumption in Energy Wende is not by 1/5, but down by 1/5. So there was before there was a huge pipe and with a big circumference, and now it's a small one. But it doesn't make sense to do a heat without energy consumption. We know the standard that we are aspiring to, but I think that it changes also the cooling needs and the question of the heat spells that require, of course, more cooling. We're talking about not on a thinking in a silos way where we have different sectors in silos. No, we're cross-thinking and storing, whether it's heat and transition and hydrogen and something else. And these are pilot projects and solutions where the Polish economy could have an excellent role in playing in these hybrid solutions or cross-sectional solutions. So heating companies will probably change their approach, that we're shifting moving around heat through pipes and ventilation and heating comfort. When I work in Ursynów, and we have heat in I could pay for the fact that they're serving, and they have photovoltaics, there's recuperation, and there's also heat management and recuperation. I pay them every month, nothing changed, and as Kowalski I have a fixed rate. I have fresher area from recuperation also, but the company is not a heating company, but it's a company which basically ensures thermal comfort. And so I'm balancing also energy, electrical energy, because there's a lot of free energy from the sun and wind. We store that in seasonal storages, so it's not that we've stored basically in heat storage and we have it for a longer period of time. So that's part of the solution. There are so many fantastic innovations on this market that it's really nice to take a look at how many really neat things there are to do. For example, recuperations in multi-flat housing. And I think that that is the city of the future, where there's, like you said, there's no this silo thinking, but everything is cross-sectional. And President Śledziecki would like to say something, and perhaps that will be the last statement. I would just like to stand behind the small communities in small cities, because I think that frequently the situation there is very bad, and the coalition, and there's a need for coalition and partners, because reaching those small companies or small households or their local government, which sometimes has also many other priorities they need to address, these programs need to be well put together, because it's a kind of method which has a large effect. Unless Mr. Minister would like to say anything, then we would like to conclude. No, thank you very much for the discussion. I'm very pleased that there is so much good energy in this discussion, and for conducting these very necessary changes in our cities, which will also make it possible for us and for our children to live in a better Poland. Yes, so durability, functionality, and beauty, Mr. Minister Kurtyka mentioned. So I think with the same we can wrap up our discussion, because everything is to aspire that our cities are attractive, that they are friendly to inhabitants, and that we think about them as a tissue, a living tissue, and not individual segments. That's why we need to, by acting together, we can achieve miracles. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the gathering and discussion today.
Kończonym właśnie panelu.
So one of first city panels. We'll have a second panel ahead of us, and there will be a lot of good energy that's needed ahead of the climate crisis and the challenges that we have as citizens of cities and inhabitants of cities. And what we heard at this panel, on the one hand, there's going to be putting emphasis on using resources appropriately, using energy appropriately, and applying it. Another issue related to climate challenges, which we heard about. There's also the question of creating a stable law and legislation, which will be a certain challenge, which we will probably have to experiment. There are many challenges ahead of us, but there's also this discussion and what we would want to implement in this a discussion about city policy and climate policy in Poland. And what's relevant is that we are appearing in different roles, whether it's as consumers, local government representatives, or citizens. We can inspire each other, motivate each other, demand also definite actions, which are very important, which was also discussed during that panel that we just completed, that will be also friendly for people and for the environment, because the transformation cannot just be a slogan, but it has to be a true reality. So ahead of us we have panel number 2, and what can we expect? First of all, thank you very much, Bartek, for a summary. We also saw in the stage the world of business, science, and representatives of administration. Everybody's speaking with one voice. The view which will be present at the next panel will be cities facing and dealing with a pandemic. And this panel will be conducted by Mrs. Irena Pichola, a unsustainable development from Deloitte. Welcome sincerely, and we would like to give the floor now to Irena to conduct the panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome sincerely. I hope everyone is can be heard and everything works well. It's a great pleasure for such astounding individual to have a certain message for all of you today. How cities in the pandemic are dealing with, on the one hand, a social and health challenge, but also how they maintained their direction in terms of green aspects. So I think that during this discussion we will try to show and talk about this. On the one hand, it's going to be a certain collection of experiences from recent months, but it's also going to be a certain pointer or indication how those good sides and those certain changes that have occurred, we hope some of them will permanently stay with us. However, those which evidently we need to deal with will be something which we will be looking at in the future. So I'd like to introduce our representatives. Aldo Vargas, the coordinator of the National Point of EU Urbact program, which works with the Association of Polish Cities. And despite the appearance and also the name, speaks beautiful Polish, so we will have the opportunity to talk in that language. Mrs. Ada Walentek, Director General from Citrus Poland, and Mr. Ryszard Grabelny, who I don't need to introduce, but today as a strategic advisors of the Association of Polish Cities. Welcome sincerely. An additional challenge, and maybe also in light of today's, we have the possibility to connect the internet with Mr. Vincent Carré, who represents the car sharing at Renault. Welcome sincerely. And ladies and gentlemen, maybe we would like to begin with the perspective, the most European, the most far-reaching European one. So the first question I'd like to address to Aldo. How these priorities, which we are seeing, reading and observing in European discussions, tied to the new Green Deal, and the huge funds and resources that are supposed to give an impulse to the development of the economy, how are they to be utilized, and how in Poland, to what degree in Poland are we ready for that? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invitation. And maybe I'll go on immediately to the subject matter. Of course, the new Green Deal is a very ambitious program, and especially under the current auspices of the Commission. And its just transformation within it is a very big opportunity for Polish regions and cities. We must be aware of the fact that because of the situation that has occurred recently, because of the COVID pandemic, a little bit the Green Deal has, the way of thinking about the Green Deal has changed a little bit, and that the budget has increased considerably, manyfold. So with the reservation that we do not leave anyone behind, especially those regions which are most delayed from an energy perspective, that the greatest amount of resources are addressed and directed there. And also with the recommendations of making procedures more flexible so they are not become an obstacle to obtaining those resources. Of course, a number of activities which can be financed from this related transport to industry, but also the cities themselves. It's worthwhile to note and take into consideration that the European Union has set very ambitious goals in terms of renovation and of buildings and rehabilitation of energy rehabilitation of buildings. All countries must accelerate greatly in this direction, and I see a great opportunity for the construction sector and for cities so that these resources can be utilized. Are cities ready for this? Are they prepared? Do they know how to take a bite of this and at this and the challenges that they've been facing in just these recent months? Will they find the priority, the space, and the area to approach this? I will say it a little bit differently, and who will be capable of using it will win, and who won't will be in a very unfortunate situation. Whether it can be utilized or not, beginning with aspects less positive, for example, from experience on projects which I happen to be assisting. I know that we continue to have an issue with certain trust and confidence in the administrative structures and outside of the administrative structures, where a lot of effort and work is put into administrative, bureaucratic aspects and less towards substantive, meritorical. And this is the contrast between countries, especially in Western and North Europe, where the proportions are completely reversed. For example, this is from a less positive, but from a more positive perspective, we see that cities are learning to cooperate, and not only internally, but also externally. As there is a strong partnership development in the area of PPP. And here I would also like to note that it's worthwhile in the context of the just transformation of these resources to note those possibilities that are being offered through actions such as contact and cooperation with the scientific sectors, because these actions will be in the Europa horizon in the next financial perspective, will be financed 100%. So they will require cooperation between cities, between the private sectors and academia. This will, but note, this will occur in the context and with reservations as with in line with taxonomy. So we have two areas which are working on this. So China already has that confirmed, and Europe, which is just confirmed. So a list of actions and measures which are recognized as pro-environmental or in line with climate aspects and indicators, and the indicators that are necessary. So I think that it's also very interesting what you stated today in your Mr. Bendick's statement is the co-action, co-management, collaboration, cooperation. Richard, may I give you the floor on the readiness of the question on the readiness of Polish cities and the interest in continuing certain investments and the new actions which adapting to these new ambitious objectives of Europe, which is supposed to be neutral, carbon neutral by 2050. So how is this going in the right direction? And the fact that we are in a period of pandemic, can this hold it back or not? On whether we are taking lessons and learning lessons and looking at it from a future perspective differently. Welcome. And also I welcome everyone sincerely for the opportunity to be able to discuss on what's happening with cities and tying into the initial presentation. Reality is multifaceted, and there's not one straightforward answer. And we see that there are many trends that are occurring in cities. The first, like Aldo, I will begin, the first positive occurrence is that despite the pandemic, cities have not withheld the investment processes in Poland. Whether this is a constant continuing trend, we'll see at the threshold, the turn of the year, when the budgets for the next year will be prepared, because there is a concern that a decrease of 2-3% in revenues and budgets will cause that the expenditures or flexible expenditures will drop by 20%. So there is a certain concern in this area. However, the positive for today is that no one has stopped the investment processes. That's the first very positive factor. The second is that the cities are greatly diversified. There are among Polish cities, especially their larger ones, which are leaders, and they are leaders not only in the investment process, but also in the way they think about the environment, of the capacity to cooperate with inhabitants and residents, that there are local resident coalitions, which, and we can say more boldly, those resident coalitions are demanding certain changes in the environment. So I'd like to tie into one of the first key presentations, where the paradigm of management is shifting from a technocratic, so from a kind of efficiency that a civil servant or a city governor should enable, to the capacity of collaboration, cooperation, where the criteria of effectiveness is a little bit different and more difficult. So in large cities, there is someone to discuss on that. In smaller cities, there still isn't. The question is whether those coalitions will be set up and will arise. And an interesting conclusion from COVID. In these cities, there's a different mechanism of talking or conversing with residents appeared. And everyone was complaining that no one came to the town hall meetings or consultations, social consultations or residents consultations, and no one came, or two who are very displeased, representing all of society. Now it turns out there are other methods, remote methods, Facebook questionnaires, other tools, different tools, online tools, and it turns out that cities are learning this very quickly. Sometimes, for many in some cases, for many small and medium-sized cities, it is a way to overcome certain stage and immediately jump into new tools of cooperation. And I have to agree here with Adol that one of the new challenges in the near future will be whether there will be coalitions of pro-environment residents, residents coalitions aimed at the pro-environment, that someone would take advantage and benefit. Without that local coalition, it will not be possible to take advantage of this effectively. That's why for many representatives of administration, it is a challenge how to build these local coalitions, and the new tools that are appearing here that we've learned, that civil servants have learned to use, suddenly become an opportunity for potential positive development.
Great, and I think it's a good time to move on to you, madam. The two big investments that I learned about in Warsaw recently are actually involving very much the inhabitants. So to what extent these experiences can translate into local governments? Please elaborate on this and give us some advice. Well, no doubt, the pandemic process has accelerated some processes. And we can see a clear trend of multifunctional projects. No longer shopping malls with the main square where events happen and a big parking space, one big space full of concrete. Right now, we see other multifunctional projects emerging, including both the commercial part, entertainment part, some food hall, maybe a hotel, some green areas. So it's about designing the tissue, the fabric of the city. And the two investments we are working on indeed very well respond to this new trend. On the last fair devoted to shopping malls, everyone actually came up to our stand saying that's the right direction that we should be heading for. because it diversifies the space, coming up with some green area, but also where you can go to with your kids to play or eat out. In Wilanów, for example, on 2 hectares of land, we are developing a big park. Not from scratch, but rather we co-created together with inhabitants. And tomorrow we are starting neighborhood consultations. And there will be a place with restaurants, a hotel, some co-working area. It will all be intertwined, giving you the opportunity to spend time at different places, but also to spend time in fresh air. Many functionalities have been changed. There will be mobile bike stations, cargo bike stations to transport your shopping, and also reservoirs. There will be a small lake that is actually a water reservoir. So all the functionalities that will help the environment and make people feel better. That sounds interesting. Have you planned that before pandemic, or did you conduct all these works during the pandemic months? I know that such decisions might be lengthy. Honestly, we planned it before the pandemic because this trend for multifunctional objects has been quite clear. It is actually inspired in a bottom-up way by our customers. They are the ones who say that they would like to use such facilities more. And the pandemic situation actually accelerated the trend. So we grew assured that that's the right way to go. And the second project refers to Piaseczno. There we are constructing a new city quarter right at the entry to the city. It will also have certain public functions. So these 2 projects were very frequently visited by the visitors of the fair. That's interesting. So once again, we can hear that such planned investments are being carried out, even though the pandemic occurred. And I think that this is life has shown that indeed this is the proper form that we should now come up with for the residents. Now, over to you, to the representative of the automotive sector. And I know that the automotive sector did not have an easy life recently. We talked several times today about hybrid cars, electric cars, or both for the passenger and public transport. Now, how did your sector, having suffered by the recession, how have you changed? How are you trying to anticipate certain needs of consumers? And what is your take on car sharing? We talked actually for a moment before this panel that this car sharing trend actually has been inhibited a little bit by the fact that it is also more risky. So I'm very interested at what you could tell us about this, sir.
Yes, very well. Thank you.
Perfect. So first, sorry for not being with you, but I'm also a victim of pandemia, so I could not take a plane to be with you. But I'm very happy to share what we see today. And what we see is 2 contradictory directions since the pandemia. Before the pandemia, everybody was rushing towards a more shared economy in terms of mobility, with different modes of transportation. And we see that the pandemia has really in the mind of the customers, put everybody a step backwards. That means that everybody is afraid to be in a mode of transportation with other people. And so there was a strong comeback to the private car habits, which is in contradiction with all what we have seen in the last 5-10 years. So for the time being, in the middle of the crisis, we see people coming back to their private car, which is obviously a trend which is not natural. The consequence is that the public transportation is in strong decrease in all the cities in the world with whom we discuss. So, for example, in Paris, the public transportation is still at -40% compared to before the pandemic. In Madrid, it's -45%. So you see that the public transport has a lot of difficulties to recover. The car sharing is much better judged than the public transportation, because you can be alone in your shared car. All the car sharing companies have activated some strong disinfection process that usually existed before. So car sharing is recovering very well. And between the end of the first wave of the pandemic and the second wave, practically all the car sharing companies in the world came back to their previous level. So, in fact, car sharing has a kind of bonus. In cities like Copenhagen, for example, the demand for car sharing has increased by 20%, because once again, people don't want to go to public transportation. So this is what we see at short term. But what is most important is that in this context of pandemic, all the cities have decided to accelerate the transition towards mode of transportation, mobility operation, greener and more efficient, and preserving more the city and their citizens. So all the cities that we know are accelerating the transition to the sharing transportation and the soft modes. That means we got this contradiction, because people would like to take their own car, but the cities are accelerating, creating some lanes specific for bikes, creating some zone open to electric cars, etc., etc. So we are now convinced that after the pandemic, there will be a strong acceleration by all the cities towards the new mobility system. New mobility, that means first a strong public transport, even stronger, a lot of soft modes, very organized, scooters, e-motos, etc., and all electric with zero emission, and a strong rise of the electric car sharing. I say electric car sharing and not the other trends of car sharing, because electric car sharing is the only way you get to zero emission mobility in the cities. So the conclusion of that, it is that first, the electric car sharing is still has recovered from COVID, and probably will have still some difficulties during the second wave, but we are now totally confident on the fact that it will have a bonus in this period, and the cities are accelerating all their new mobility systems.
And can you share with us very concrete examples? You mentioned that you see this recovery, and you also see the big interest in still investing and actually even kind of boosting the usage of both car sharing as well as potentially coming back to the public transportation. Can you share any examples, maybe from the international experience, which can be an inspiration for our municipalities here?
Yes, we have seen in all the cities where we operate or where we have partners like Copenhagen, Madrid, Paris, we have seen immediately an increase of the number of customers by 20 to 30% towards the normal trend in development. And we have seen the same in less than 2 months, all our activities have recovered the pre-COVID activity. In Paris, for example, we had some weeks after the reopening where the activity was multiplied by 2 or 3 towards before the COVID. So we see in all cities, we see the acceleration, providing that the mode of transportation is acceptable. And that's why I was talking about electric car sharing. There's really now a strong trend in all the cities in the world, which is more or less advanced depending on the country, but the trend is the same, to encourage some electric mobility, zero emission mobility, and to try to discourage the thermic mobility. I can give you an example. For example, in Madrid. In Madrid, the historic center of the city, a little like in Warsaw, is closed to non-electric cars. So, and the closing will be extended progressively, and practically all the cities in Europe are trying now to do these kind of things. So naturally, there will be more opening for electric car sharing, and there will be less opening for normal car usage in the city centers.
Okay, thank you very much. Słyszeliśmy też dzisiaj od pana Kurtyki o tym, że
Actually, Minister Kurtyka mentioned today that in the future we are planning only electrically or hydrogen fuel buses in the car fleet of the city. So, looking from a broader perspective about the mobility in cities, what trends, actions, and initiatives can you observe? And why don't you give us some examples that could inspire others to counteract the drop in popularity of public transportation, but also to exert less pressure on the environment? Well, of course, looking at the cities these days, if you think about public transportation, then this decline indeed has been very dramatic. The question is when we are going to recover. The problem is that it's not just that the number of consumers has dropped, but also some other conditionalities play a role. However, we haven't seen any cities who would stop some long-term projects. Big cities keep working on new communication solutions, both in rail transportation. More and more cities are interested in agglomeration transport solutions. Tramways are included, and buses with alternative drives. There are some interesting cases here worth mentioning, and this is indeed very multifaceted. There is a city that is very serious about basing their economy on hydrogen, and this is the city of Piła in Poland. The problem is that hydrogen is produced from electricity. So to make it viable, they would require many renewable energy facilities. It can't be produced based on coal. This requires, consequently, transforming the whole economy and not just one element of it. Who knows? Maybe hydrogen could be viable for a large tonnage transportation. Or you could use it to store energy for buildings or to provide energy supply to buildings or street lighting. These are quite innovative solutions, supported. Well, actually, the Wielkopolska region has picked hydrogen as its smart specialization area. So you can see that also in Konin, and Ostrów wants to be self-sufficient in terms of energy, and they're actually quite close to finalization of some projects. They have recently been granted with funding. So this goes to say that a lot is going on at many locations. And I think it's worthwhile saying that it's not just the biggest agglomerations that are concerned, but also medium-sized towns. So we do have some great success stories, and now let's keep the fingers crossed for the financial situation of cities and for the markets. I mean, this will be a challenge for all consultants and advisors. How do you analyze the whole economy of public transportation? You normally take into account earlier flows, inflows and outflows. Now, which period should you take into account? This is a question that is still not answered. But on the other hand, this is faced not only by Polish cities, but also by other European cities. So I'm sure there will be some pan-European analysis methods. Okay, great. So you mentioned Konin, and Aldo also mentioned the just transition concept. We want the new concept, these smart specializations in regions, especially those that need to redefine themselves. in the times of energy transition. They will develop more quickly and they will have this additional financial stimulus. So right now, let us think about some very particular experiences from the pandemic times in your professional roles or the activities that you've been involved in. Can you try to enumerate some things lessons learned from the pandemic? Is there anything that we should keep for the future from the pandemic times? Definitely. First of all, it's a leap into the digital world. That's how I would call it. Many activities actually moved to the online world, like meetings, conferences, and today's event actually is a case in point. So we have developed this area quite significantly. The new technologies have been utilized to do that. If you look at cities, many procedures that so far were never used, even though they were technically possible, have been now in a way enforced. And this is a huge leap. Also, many areas that we have been observing were additionally reinforced by COVID-19. Think about the onboard project in Poznań. It's about education and various forms of cooperation between educational centers, parents, and other groups. And during the pandemic times, such cooperation was really quite well developed to supply computers to those kids that had hardly any access to it. Or projects in Łódź with volunteering services offered to the elderly or people in difficult situations. So volunteering services have been really supported by many cities. So on the one hand, it's the transformation of the technologies we use online. On the other hand, a robust support of volunteering services to support the society. This was a change, a temporary one, but I think it led us to think that actually we could do more in this area. And as a supplement, I would say that when preparing this discussion, must say that I am quite fascinated with this concept of the smart city. And I read that wise urban management, especially in terms of early warning, data management, and process management, has accelerated importantly, or has shown that there are some deficiencies that have to be improved. And I'm curious to what extent this technological advancement will be a lesson for all of us in the future. And over to you, madam. Any lessons learned from how cities reacted to pandemic? Well, I mentioned the 2 projects before. Apart from that, we have 24 shopping malls which are currently in operation. And the specific contact with the customers, even though the malls were closed in a way, they only utilized 10% of its area, where pharmacy and a supermarket were opened. But still, we kept in touch with the customers. ensuring via social media and our website. For example, access to Netflix, yoga classes. This was a very special experience, a non-commercial one, a human, social experience to build some form of understanding in these difficult times. We kept supporting local communities in that time. Looking at the good neighborly relations, for example, we would collect hand creams for paramedics and doctors, or we collected used computers that were then renovated and donated to children so that they can take part in remote lessons. Such local campaigns were really numerous, or we would collect some missing materials. And this is something, this sense of community and bonding, of good neighborly relations, I want it to stay. And we really would like to move it also onto our new projects. Is that working? After reopening, are you keeping up this form of cooperation? Yes, we are still in touch with our customers. Actually, it's my impression that more visitors come to our websites now. More people post their comments, and normally very positive ones, on our social media pages. These channels have importantly developed. So this is something that maybe you should keep and transfer to your green areas now, yes. Well, Aldo actually mentioned the whole area of new technologies in communications. But it also actually shed light on some differences. Like if you take two, the same land surveyor offices. One of them shortened their services in the sense that they simplified them. The other, on the other hand, suspended their activities at all because they said that, well, everyone works from home, we can't help you. So one office said that they do have remote access to the data. The other one said we only have paper documents, and since we can't go to our office, we can't talk to any visitors. So some changes could be accelerated, and some entities cope much better than others, depending on where they live, where they are located. And now, in a jocular way, well, as residents of cities, we actually have been purchasing more bikes, and people have now stepped up cycling. Maybe because we are more quickly done with our work when we work from home, but it led to the emergence of a more demand for green areas. Think about what happened in parks once they were reopened, and about the rebellious reactions when green areas were closed as part of the lockdown measures. So today, one of the best businesses is to have a bike repair shop. So I think it's really great that people are now moving more and more. Also, COVID accelerated certain processes that have already been there, but that we never really saw very clearly as residents of cities. For example, take e-commerce. Well, now it turns out that you can even buy your veggies online. That previously was never possible. So many people actually did away with this psychological barrier regarding the use of e-commerce services. And I think this was accelerated by the pandemic. And it also shows that certain changes are to be made by the cities, because we need more local transportation to our houses, more traffic of trucks, smaller trucks, where they need to deliver products to customers, and maybe for some time block the street traffic. This requires some changes to how deliveries are handled in cities. I think this trend is here to stay. And one more thing I wanted to say in the end. Maybe not all cities have realized it yet. This is remote education. Well, for now, this experiment has not been successful. This remote education, well, we have not been prepared for it. Also, our households are not prepared to provide conditions to our children to learn from home. And this means that architects will need to design other spaces in the future. However, right now, maybe not every field has to have a specialist at every school, because maybe one specialist can run some specialized classes at 10 schools. So modern skills of the staff might actually only refer to certain teachers, not all of them. And I think this is an opportunity for the education system to enter quite new areas, also new forms of teaching. In case the education system, also in cooperation with the private entities, wanted to use it, it will be a big boost to accelerate the development. And if this could be used also including the Just Transition Fund, well, who knows, we could make a big leap. So many ideas, many impulses. Yes, well, I think every crisis will be a challenge if we don't see it as a drama. And as a result, you will be able to start thinking about some things in a new way. And things that are not common knowledge might become very well known.
Give us the lesson which we would like. Myślałam, że jak zadam po angielsku, będzie szybciej.
Sorry,
do you hear?
I lost the question, I think.
Yeah, so what are the lessons which you think should stay with us after pandemia?
I think there is a strong lesson in the complementarity of the mobility modes. We have engaged, and cities have engaged, a change in their mobility towards more sustainable mobility, towards less pollution. And this move was perhaps not quick enough, not strong enough, sometimes hesitating, sometimes there were a lot of questions, is an electric car a good car to decrease pollution, a lot of questions. And we feel that the pandemic has accelerated the conscience that we have to move. The city has to be reorganized, the pollution has to be decreased strongly, the congestion has to be decreased, the cities have to become more friendly for their inhabitants. And this move is accelerating. And probably this will be the good opportunity of the pandemic to accelerate the capacity of the cities and the cities' governments to move in the right direction and to accelerate the transition to cities where it will be better to live. And this is really, for me, the biggest lesson. And this is possible to do because we see that there is a strong complementarity between the different modes of transport. The people using car sharing today, they are becoming multimodal. They use public transportation, they use car sharing when they want or when they need. They use some scooters, they use some bikes. And finally, they adapt their transportation mode to what they are going to do today. When you put some car sharing in a city, people don't use a car sharing car to go to work every morning and come back every night. No, they use a car sharing when they need a car. That means because they are 5 and they want to go somewhere together, they want to get out on the city on a weekend to go in a forest or to do something outside the city. They want to move something from their apartment that cannot be moved in a public transportation. So we see that the people are very finally logic in the way they look at the different transportation mode, and if the city are able to organize them efficiently and to prioritize the right transportation mode, things will be very nice, I think. And this is probably the best lesson.
Thank you very much. Teraz przez chwilę przerzućmy się na to, co...
For a moment, let's shift to what has happened of a challenge of a certain type in terms of the circular economy and dealing with that for several years and following the regulations, which is more restrictively imposing certain actions. We can see clearly that we are facing a certain challenge of waste economy and waste management, which we didn't have, that we need to take off the market, recycle, and sometimes reinstate to the circular economy. That's one of the examples, and probably also social distancing, which is come up. We spoke about that a lot in social media. And in other dimensions, maybe there's a lot to do. Can you mention, ladies and gentlemen, maybe one by one, some kind of area where you feel that it is an additional challenge and that there was a problem that we didn't realize earlier? Maybe with Richard. Richard, we can start. I will answer that very quickly, even though that's not necessarily directed, tied to COVID. The biggest challenge is waste management currently, because the increase in prices which occurred recently is shifted to the citizens, and it's becoming a social problem. It's a starting to become a political problem and an economical one. Of course, this is more of a problem of the instability of the system, of unforeseeable changes in the system that we can't answer. But there is also a problem, how in the long term do we look at waste management? Poznan decided to opt for PPP on waste, and it had a higher price entering on the market with the project than the competitive solutions, which were in Poland. And everybody thought that Poznan did something crazy because it has higher prices, including the fact that the Poznan environment was rebelling a little bit why they need to increase prices. But now they have a lower price than the average market price because it's a long-term agreement, because it's feasible to everyone, and it stabilizes the system. So the solutions that we are thinking about in the long reach of 25, 30 years are more effective, and this is in all areas of environment protection. The perspective has to be longer in order for it to be effective. So in terms of waste management, I will say this decidedly, and more is being said about water management. Those examples in the cities which are poorly adapted. On the one hand, we have droughts, and we don't know how to manage, we're not capable of managing water. Then periodically we have flooding and floods. And in territories where suddenly a drought, we have floods. There are two environmental challenges which we can't handle or deal with, or we're doing poorly in that area. So it's not a perspective of the last year or last events, but definitely a longer period. But a question of retention, water retention, is definitely something that's going to be increasingly discussed. Today, it's really waste management for the daily life of every politician had to take a decision on raising the price. No politician likes to do so, and every resident felt that higher price. It's not by 10 or 20%, but in Polish circumstances, it's like 80%, 100% price increase, because those changes were at that level. So there's always a question that arises: how effective is that management? Or is it a kind of a price shock that took place? So I think that this challenge influences regulatory aspects and the fact that we're spending more time at home. We're looking more at waste management in our households. Frequently, we have more waste. Eco-commerce is more because we're ordering more on the internet. There's more packaging. On the other hand, we see the segregation daily because we're present more at home. Suddenly, we see more of that. We see the number of recycle bins, and in the coming years, it seems the management of energy fraction and waste. So I think that cities are going to be looking for capital and partners to deal with this because technologies are in the private sector and we have to reach for them. I think this also shows what kind of problems or create business opportunities, and the necessity creates a certain area of innovation to deal with these problems in the future. So it's very interesting. Ada, is there anything that worries you from things that will remain with us? Or I don't know if I'm worried about it completely, because from the consideration of problems, the opportunity for the new, and with the currently functioning commercial spaces, we need to think about, rethink space and the business model, because those facilities are visited less, and the unstable situation of lessors and lessees, a lot of commercial spaces and more free vacancies appeared in in big malls and big commercial centers and city centers, and less I represent the smaller ones on the city outskirts or borders where basic shopping is made, or convenience shopping. But we need to redefine the role of the center as a commercial center and that space. Many commercial centers are dealing with these vacancies where they're making them available to local communities, they're animating them, they're making them available to sports events or tournaments, organizing various types of gatherings and meetings. So I think that in commercial centers and commercial spaces, it's a need to redefine certain sectors, entire sectors, and redefining those areas which have remained vacant. We don't have an office space representative. Office spaces right now, from what I know, are still keeping up, but undoubtedly the trend will be declining. And it's, however, shifted in time and brought thinking about a new place of work and in the future and the long-reaching impacts. So these challenges, whether we're ready to our Aldo, do you have any thoughts? Yes, there's a number of challenges adding to what Richard stated. There's, of course, the waste management, which is extremely important. Generally, you can, especially in what is happening currently, on the huge amount of resources that will be in the process of transformation and in the new Green Deal. There are a number of things which are challenges, and we need to work on them very quickly. One is for cities to be able to use their own internal potential. So an integration of their activities, both within the municipalities and the local governments, but also within cities and between cities. It could be much more effective. It could have better results for development, especially since there are many resources that are not being utilized, which can help cities especially in a time where we're shifting from one financial perspective to the next. There is the easy money, colloquially speaking, for investments is ending. It'll be much more demanding, and not only the acquisition of funds and capital, but the use of funds, the specific requirements for them defined by all activities proposed by the Commission. This will be a requirement. For example, innovation. Will our cities be able to truly show and express innovation, where you're, for example, you taking advantage of the European initiative, city initiatives or urban initiatives, which offered a considerable amount of money for those cities which would offer very innovative solutions. So the cooperation at the local level and an integrated cooperation, both in between sectors as well as between different areas or disciplines. I would like to turn your attention to one more thing, and that is a considerable demand is the multi-level aspect. We have the national level, the regional level, the municipal level, urban level. There are delays at all levels. And these resources from the new Green Deal will start to reach us probably in about 2 years. So this is the dimensions of it, or multi-level aspect of it, and how this is going to cascade down or flow down. So perhaps we will get a big boost or a big kick for preparing for these types of activities, for example, as the big events which are in Poland will be organized in the future in 2002, and the World City Forum, where all the most important city players from the world will come together. So on the one hand, collaboration, cooperation. On the other hand, learning lessons from the past and taking advantage of the resources wherever there will be available. That's an important thing. And the last question to Vincent.
Which you feel like we were suffering a lot and it will stay with us, and this is not good.
Sorry, I lost the question between Polish and English. Could you repeat, please?
What are the kind of painful lessons which we got and which we are afraid that they will stay and they will continue lack of growth, or they will be the disruptions for the future?
Yes, the main risk everybody faces at the moment in cities is the uncertainty towards the end of the COVID. I will take the example of Madrid. So end July, we thought all that we were out of the COVID. Now we are deeply in the second wave, and 15% of the population of Madrid is reconfined this morning. And so you see that we are very frightened to have a kind of curve with no COVID, new wave of COVID, no COVID, which means that each time we recover in mobility or in other issues, we have after a sudden stop. And this is really what we are worried of for Europe and for the world, to see this stop and go that can put all the companies and all the activities in difficulties in the coming years. And this is probably the main threat we have.
Okay, czyli tym samym, ponieważ czas nam się kończy.
Since time is wrapping up, so I understand that a natural accent today is a certain level or degree of uncertainty about what is going to happen. And on the other hand, a certain level of optimism that all of us have already managed to learn some lessons. And I think that the co-responsibility, social engagement, social involvement, co-responsibility, collaboration for whatever is going to occur or actions, and maybe also a smarter use of the environment. Where forced by the lockdown, we have used that much better. And at on the other hand, we need to counteract all bad practices or bad behaviors, which are, for example, waste management or a wise management of mobility, that we bring revert to certain good co-sharing, and that they remain with us for the future. So with this accent, I would like to say that in faith we will be able to do this together, and that society and a dedicated society, we will help us in solving solutions to this. Thank you very much for your discussion and your attention, and we are awaiting for the next interesting modules of today's conference. Thank you very much.
Szanowni Państwo, kolejny interesujący panel za nami. Myślę, że Bartku przywołamy kilka takich kluczowych wątków, które padły. Między innymi to, że mimo pandemii miasta nie przerwały procesów inwestycyjnych, co jest z pewnością istotne tutaj.
What's very important is that cities have not stopped the investment processes, and I think that in the taxonomy, which is a classification and indication which investments are truly green and sustainable. And I think that this is a kind of lighthouse or a beacon how to move around in this investment world at the local government level, where not necessarily there is an understanding of what is behind a specific investment. So I think that this is worthy of emphasis. Another factor are changes in the behavior of society and the trends, for example, using car sharing, electrical vehicles. We also have the city rural or urban greeneries and green areas, which all of us, I think, appreciated when we could go out from our homes, and we're looking for those green spaces to spend time with. And also a thread of social participation that, thanks to the epidemic, we believe that has increased. And Bartek, maybe you can add something in this area. I would add that in the question of a pandemic and what next, and summarizing a little bit, because we're ending this panel section. After the break, we will have the awards ceremony for the winners of the 7th edition of Ekomiasto, which Marta will have the pleasure of leading. And so, wrapping up everything in the pandemic aspect, the thread of cooperation between cities and between districts. Warsaw is part of the C40 network, and just recently there was this kind of rural urban manifest where the mayors are saying that there's no return to climate and to the reconstruction of cities post-pandemia. Will have to be an honest, just transformation. And there are many threads and many motives that were discussed during this conference today. So thank you very much for those aspects. Please stay with us. We have a short technical lunch break. Unfortunately, through the new normality and pandemia, we are inviting you to lunch in your own homes. But we hope that you will stay with us, and soon we will find out who the winners and laureates are. So we would like to minimize those. Please follow us from 1:30 and see you back at 1:30. Thank you very much.
So teraz czas.
Dwójka, dwójka. Test 1, 2, 3. 1. 1. No tak, 1.
Dobrze, panie Łukaszu, czy pan nas słyszy?
1.
Dzień dobry, witam ponownie po przerwie.
Good morning. Once again, welcome after the break. Those of you who have joined us, my name is Marta Wierzbowska-Kłyda, and as the editor-in-chief of Now, Teraz Środowisko, Now Environment, with pleasure I would like to lead now the 7th edition of the Ekomiasto competition. It's a geoportal starting this year. It's also workshops, and also the heart of the project is always the competition. There were 59 local governments participating in the competition this year. They filled out 90 forms and showing their sustainable development activities in their cities. The award, one more thing I would like to add, the jury at the French embassy, from among those, selected 10 winners who submitted the most ambitious activities and projects. It was split into categories of above 100,000 population and below. Those winners selected by the jury will be receive the statuette and also the title that they may label the 7th edition of Ekomiasto. Additionally, all of those participating local governments in the competition had the opportunity to receive the distinguishment of the Ministry of Climate and our special partners of the competition, so BNP Paribas Bank, Veolia Foundation, Renault, and Citras. With us, we also have the Ambassador of France, Mr. Frédéric Guillet, and also from UNEP GRID, Mrs. Alexandra Zmieska. And we'd like to, in such a wonderful group, go on to announcing the results. The first category is city greenery, urban greenery, in a city above 100,000 population. As we can see, Wrocław, Mrs. Katarzyna Szymczak-Pomianowska from the Office of Sustainable Development of the City of Wrocław is the winner. The jury is awarding Wrocław for recognizing the meeting of all areas covered with greenery and sustainable development of urban solutions. Also the investments and the education on green infrastructure. Wrocław is becoming an eco-city for the 3rd time. So congratulations, and please take the floor. Welcome sincerely. Thank you very much for this distinguishment. And especially we are pleased because and proud because we were distinguished in the area of greenery in the climate crisis and the times of so greenery is a very capricious lady, and the potential of developing in such a way so that it creates a green blue skeleton and structure of the city and created the basis for precipitation also. So thank you very much for this distinction, and we'd like to share our experiences with other cities in creating the green-blue infrastructure and landscape based on natural ecosystem solutions. And the program from the Horizon was additionally supported by the Horizon program, and so you don't have to lever the doors. We're all welcoming you to cooperate with us and to take advantage of those opportunities. And also greenery, city greenery and urban greenery, and cities in a city below 100,000 population. the winner.
Z Kędzierzyn-Koźla zapraszamy.
From Kędzierzyn-Koźle, Mr. Wojciech Jagiełło, the Deputy President of the city. Kędzierzyn-Koźle is awarded for comprehensive situation, adaptation to the climate, maintaining biodiversity, and increasing safety and quality of public spaces. Thank you very much for this distinction. This is an exceptional award for us. There's a new way of thinking about the city, and that gives us the opportunity that what we are doing and what is occurring are the new squares, many green areas, give us a feeling and a sense that today we should fulfill our function in a different place, creating places for residents that in green areas they find their identity. Thank you very much. Thank you very much and congratulations. Now we'd go on to the second category, waste management, cities with a population over 100,000. Congratulations to Gdynia, and I'd like to Michał Gucia, the president of Gdynia, please come join us on the stage. The jury awards for a comprehensive and consistent educational using modern tools and including various groups. And this brought fruit to high levels of recycling, residential projects, and also research on waste. Ladies and gentlemen, waste management is a big challenge for local governments. Undoubtedly, as a city, we've handled this quite well from the beginning, creating a system which on the one hand is friendly to the environment and on the other hand friendly to the residents. This is reflected in low prices and high recycling, reclaiming levels. We know that things are much more difficult now. We hope that there will be regulations put in place which make it possible for us to effectively manage waste and go forward more rationally. We hope that the promises that are appearing from the side of the government will actually be implemented, and mainly the extensive impact of the manufacturer, which is key to the fact that the system be more environmentally friendly and more effective. We will be discussing this, and congratulations once again. Thank you very much. Thank you sincerely. And now the second category, the second award in this category, waste management in a city with a residence below 100,000. Jarocin. The mayor of Jarocin, Mr. Paweł Pawlicki, please join us. Adam Pawlicki. Jarocin has been appreciated for the infrastructure for waste management. Particular attention is biogas from biodegradable sources and its use for electrical energy and heat energy for waste management. This is the main award for Jarocin and for the first time for Jarocin. Thank you very much. I am very honored by this award. It's a result of cooperation of 20 local governments, which Jarocin municipality, gmina, is leading and services a greater agglomeration than our cities, which has a population of 25,000. We have 300,000 agglomeration that we're servicing, so from the borders of the city of Poznań to the borders of the city of Kalisz. It wouldn't be possible, as was mentioned here, without cooperation between the local governments and the Fund of Environmental Protection and water management, and that cooperation continues to be necessary between the local government and government, and it's repeated many times, and I'll repeat it once again because it's very important. The prices which are soaring so high currently are mainly caused by the fact that there is a ban on an energy fraction storage. So we need regulations in place quickly, which will make it possible for us to build a CHP plant, which we will be able to install and fire and supply our cities with electrical energy and heat. And then waste is not going to be traveling all around Poland and somewhere on the midway basically firing up. Thank you.
Trzecia kategoria to zrównoważona mobilność.
Category 3 is sustainable mobility. Let's start with cities over 100,000 inhabitants.
Zdalnie łączy się z nami pan.
And we are connected remotely with Mr. Łukasz Kłos, head of municipal economy. So first of all, warm welcome and then justification of the award. The jury has awarded Gdańsk for its measures to limit car traffic, including special relaxation zones, initiatives and incentives for officials to use bicycles, electromobility solutions, including publicly available and free of charge charging points. Also tests for automated mini buses. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for this distinction. I am extremely happy that the commune of Gdańsk and the crowd of people behind this will be awarded. I'm terribly sorry I can't be there with you personally. I'm sorry to be remotely connected with you only, and hopefully this will change in the seasons to come so that we can resume regular meetings. I am extremely proud that I had the department dealing with mobility, automated mobility, and other areas, and I am very happy that you appreciated our work. Anything we do is aimed at improving the security of the persons most vulnerable to dangers, that is pedestrians and cyclists. And in Gdańsk, it's not easy to promote cycling because we have two altitudes and we have differences in the altitude, which makes it a little bit more difficult to cycle. So once again, thank you very much for this distinction. Thank you, and once again, congratulations. And another city in the category of sustainable mobility, this time of the size lower than 100,000 inhabitants.
Serdecznie zapraszam na scenę burmistrza.
Mayor of Polkowice, Łukasz Puźnicki, will now join us. The jury has appreciated Polkowice for their comprehensive approach to electromobility. The development plans, as well as consistent promotion of sustainable mobility by free of charge transportation, limiting car traffic, or urban bike system launch. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure that your association with Polkowice is with mining. And this is true. This is at the area of our commune where KGHM mining companies are located, but also those investing, Volkswagen, CCC, Sand and Sitach, involved in special economic zones, employing 20,000 people. Every day, 15,000 of them will commute to Polkowice, causing a big burden both for our road infrastructure and the environment and air quality. That's why the measures that we have taken, and especially the free of charge, low emission transportation for the copper center. Our company serves this free of charge transportation covering 400 kilometers. Next year, we are purchasing new electrical buses, and together there will be 12 of them, and this will be our emission-free vehicle zone. Last year, we also launched the system of city bikes, which is actually quite special because in a 25,000 city, 47 kilometers, I think he meant 1,000 kilometers, were cycled using these bikes, and so I think it's a great success story. And finally, the ongoing process of agglomeration trains. So connecting Polkowice to the train railway network will be crucial, and I hope it will happen very soon thanks to the efforts of the local government, the central government, and the people. We have a very strong infrastructural backbone for the copper center, counting 500,000 people, so it will give us a big economic boost and cause very positive result on the environmental protection. And finally, the time has come for Polkowice to have its own railway. That's my closing slogan. Thank you. So, moving on to the next category, and this is energy efficiency. And the 7th edition award for the city in the category over 100,000 inhabitants goes to...
Z Bydgoszczy jest z nami pani Maria.
Maria Wasiak, Deputy Mayor of the City of Bydgoszcz, will collect the award. The jury has awarded Bydgoszcz for its comprehensive measures to improve energy efficiency and use renewable energy sources, also for its system of energy cost management, especially the investment related to the promotion of energy efficient architecture. On behalf of the inhabitants of Bydgoszcz, I would like to thank you very much. And I would like to also say that I fully support the conclusions of this conference. Our residents are interested and take part in all activities related to combating the climate change. We are a very involved community. And this is why we are able to collect such great awards. And at this place, I would like to relate to one particular conclusion, which is that we need stable and predictable framework of conditions to cooperate in order to attain these goals. And to identify them and streamline them, cooperation with local governments is necessary. In Poland, it is especially important because local governments have a vast experience also in implementing the changes. So I think it really makes a lot of sense. Thank you very much. Thank you and congratulations. And the second award in the same category, energy efficiency for a city below 100,000 inhabitants.
Nie da się. Już to jest. Z Aleksandrowa Łódzkiego.
And from Aleksandrów Łódzki, Secretary of the Commune Iwona Dąbek has joined us. The jury has provided the award to the town for investing in passive buildings, including a kindergarten and a sports facility. Also, the city is running a big thermal insulation promotional activity and using renewable energy resources. This is the first ever award for this commune. Indeed, that's true. Efficient and responsible local government does anything it can to assure sustainable development for the residents. And we are one of such governments. Some years ago, in our priorities, we have defined waste management, environmental protection, and energy efficiency. And we can see the first fruit of these priorities. However, it's still a drop in the ocean of the needs that we have, because we need to spend quite substantial funding from our budget for these goals. And I think not all local governments will be able to afford to do so. Once again, without a good, robust governmental programs and financial support, we won't be able to be as efficient in the future to bring tangible results. And thanking very much for this award, I would like to emphasize on behalf of myself and the mayor of Aleksandrów-Łódzkie and our residents that it's a great distinction and honor for us, and it motivates us to keep on working. Thank you very much and congratulations. It's great to see such a joy of a commune accepting such an award for the first time. And the final category, which is water management. First, cities above 100,000 inhabitants.
Z Krakowem łączymy się zdalnie.
And we are connected with Kraków in a remote way with one of the city officials. A first justification. The jury has appreciated Kraków for its comprehensive water management measurements, including reducing the losses based on observing the water works, also intense education on water, tap water. Congratulations, as this is the fourth award of that type for Kraków. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the mayor, yes, please go on. You can continue, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, it seems that I've had some technical issues. On behalf of the mayor, Jacek Majchrowski, I would like to say a big thank you. It has become a sort of tradition that we are distinguished in the Eco-Cities competition in the previous edition for waste management, mobility, and energy efficiency. And this goes to show that we are very consistent about the sustainable development of Kraków. We are happy about the awards. However, we are still concerned because we see more and more challenges these days. And by that, I mean the climate crisis, implying the need to adjust to the climate change. Kraków was the first city that some years ago openly said that we had problems with air quality. So we took proper measures, and right now we are observing good results. Kraków right now is one of the first big cities of Poland that declared that they want to strive for emission-free status. We now have developed proper methodology and tools. These tools are drivers of change, and they are due to international cooperation, also cooperation with local communities as part of civic dialogue, as well as cooperation with the academia and companies. Our experience so far shows that where we act, we can be very efficient. And this makes us also optimistic about the climate change. Hopefully we will be able to combat them. Thank you very much and congratulations. And now the same category, water management in a city below 100,000 inhabitants.
Łączymy się znowu zdalnie dzięki technologiom z panem Tomaszem Bachowskim.
We are connected with Mr. Tomasz Bachowski, head of the Municipal Economy Department. First, let me justify the decision. The jury has provided this award because the city took multifaceted measure in terms of using water resources. What was appreciated is the implementation of the management system, allowing for identification and registration for quality and other parameters of the system. Also, drawing down the energy consumption of sewage and water systems by installing proper installations at a water treatment plant. And they are getting the award for the second time in their history. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear and see me well. Yes, we can. On behalf of the Mayor of Jaworzno, I would like to express our gratitude for acknowledging our efforts in terms of water management. This motivates us to keep on working on improving the water management system and ecology. Thank you for appreciating our activities. We are active in terms of providing sewage infrastructure to all households so that everyone is connected to the sewage network. Thank you very much. And once again, congratulations. Thank you. Also, Mr. Ambassador of France and Director of UNEP GRID-Warszawa, thank you for having stayed with us until this very late hour. Thank you very much. This is fully appreciated. So the first part of the gala is already behind us. Let us move on then to the next stage.
Z ramienia współorganizatora.
On behalf of Teraz Środowisko Daily, I would like to say as a co-organizer that all the cities will have an opportunity to get an interview for the mayors. Our journalists are here to serve you, and a lot will be going on in the media with respect to the themes discussed during this conference. We will talk to the representatives of cities. And now, the next award, and this is something really special.
Nagroda, wyróżnienie ministra.
Special distinction by the Minister of Climate is something we are awarding for the first time. And I can see that Minister Kurtyka has joined us again, so please come to the stage. Here I am. I will have the pleasure to grant this special award, distinction of the Minister of Climate for Polkowice commune. Again, Mayor Kuźnicki is invited to the stage. The winner of the 7th edition of Eco Cities competition for their transportation activities and their efforts on making the transportation emission-free and developing of electromobility in Polkowice in the years 2020-2035. Please accept my congratulations, sir, because you are showing us a true richness of solutions, thinking about free of charge public transportation and expanding the network of cycle paths. I think in these pandemic days we should be promoting these even more. It's a great achievement, great aspirations, and I think that you have well deserved this distinction. A moment for journalists. Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you, Mayor. The Eco-City project would never be possible without our partners. And therefore, in this part of the gala, our partners will be able to award special prizes, and I'm sure that you are all excited. Now, President of BNP Paribas will take the floor, Jerzy Śledziewski, Vice President of BNP Paribas. Oh, I can see that photos are still being made. Everyone can sense very well the energy, and we do feel the suspense. We don't know who's going to get the prize.
Sponsorem nagrody jest bank BNP Paribas, zmieniającego się świata, wspierający przyjazną dla ludzi i środowiska transformację polskich.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Dzięki wsparciu banku BNP Paribas laureaci konkursu Eko-Miasto
Dzień dobry Państwu.
otrzymają vouchery na bezpłatne audyty energetyczne współfinansowane przez bank oraz ze środków unijnego programu Horyzont 2020.
Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the management board of BNP Paribas and many tree huggers, I'm going to provide you with the prize. And I'd like to use the opportunity to say and to commend to all those who took part in the competition, because it demonstrates how bold you are. And you are a source of great inspiration to all of us. As a bank of green changes, we have many such people in our ranks. And we do support partners with green ideas. Today, we would like to recognize such local governments. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to invite all of the winners. First, Katarzyna Szymczak-Pomianowska, Director of Sustainable Development of Wrocław.
Dziękujemy. Zapraszamy pana Wojciecha.
Thank you. Wojciech Jagiełło, Deputy Mayor of Kędzierzyn-Koźle.
Duży, tak. A, bardzo. Dziękuję bardzo.
Teraz zapraszam pana Michała Gucia,
Michał Gucia, Deputy Mayor of Gdynia. No rush. It's fully understandable that you are happy with the prizes, and now Mayor of Jarocin. And now Remigiusz Kidliński, Department of Active Mobility in Gdańsk. Oh, I just heard that he's actually in Gdańsk. I hope he is watching. Oh, let me say one more thing. These vouchers refer to free of charge energy audits, and I'm sure that they have used such in Gdańsk and will use new ones. And now, representative from Polkowice, if you could please join us. Gosh, Mr. Buznicki again. Maria Wasiak, Deputy Mayor of Bydgoszcz. Bydgoszcz, please come and collect your voucher. Okay, in that case, we are going to pass it on. Iwona Dąbek, Secretary of the Aleksandrów Łódzki Commune. I can see her. Congratulations. Thank you, Vice President. Now you have awarded the vouchers to all of the winners. The next partner of the project is Citrus Company, and the special award will be presented by Adele Valentek and Jean-Christopher Manua. Citrus, come and join us on the stage.
Sponsorem nagrody jest Citrus Polska, firma specjalizująca się w tworzeniu przyjaznych dla ludzi i środowiska wielofunkcyjnych przestrzeni miejskich. Dzięki wsparciu Citrus Polska, dwójka przedstawicieli zwycięskiego samorządu ruszy w podróż studyjną, w trakcie której zapoznają się z dobrymi praktykami realizowanymi w nowych inwestycjach Citrus w Europie.
Bardzo proszę przedstawicieli.
So, Citrus now, for the second time. Citrus being investor, developer and operator of shopping malls, we take utmost care about sustainable development measures. Right now, 2 projects are ongoing that are in fact urban investments, designing whole city fabric pieces, and that's why it's a great pleasure for us to be sponsors of awards under this competition. And the award goes to Wrocław, Katarzyna Szymczak-Pomianowska. One more moment. Hopefully she is still here. If not, then Director of UNEP GRID-Warszawa, could you please stand in? Oh, I think she's coming. There she is. Well, this is truly a surprise. This is really unexpected. Thank you very much.
And the next award is the Veolia Award. Veolia is represented by Paweł Orlow, President of the Board and General Director of Veolia Warsaw, and Mrs. Magdalena Belazuska, President of the Board of Veolia Term, and Frederic Ferosz, who we'd also like to invite to the stage.
Sponsorem nagrody jest Fundacja Veolia, która wspiera działania z zakresu edukacji ekologicznej, promuje wolontariat, przyznaje stypendia i współdziała z organizacjami pozarządowymi i samorządami, kierując się mottem współpraca w dobrym klimacie. Dzięki wsparciu Fundacji Veolia nagrodę specjalną, inteligentną ławkę solarną Cydia Urban z możliwością ładowania urządzeń mobilnych oraz podświetleniem LED otrzyma miasto poniżej 100 000 mieszkańców, zaś miasto powyżej 100 000 mieszkańców otrzyma 10 drzew.
Nagrody zapraszam
And a representative of Warsaw, Mr. Leszek Drogosz, the Deputy Director of the Department of Infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to be here with all the representatives. Veolia is a world concern, and our main role is the environmental protection, utilization of waste, water delivery, and delivery of energy, mainly clean energy here in Poland. I am exceptionally pleased to the hands of Director Drogosz to submit our award, mainly for Warsaw's achievements in the area of sustainable transportation and environmental protection. We have the pleasure to cooperate hand in hand with the city of Warsaw, since our main message is that Veolia is working for the city capital, which will be a green and clean city. Mr. Director, thank you very much. Congratulations. Now to the stage I would like to invite the representative of Zamość, Mr. Mayor Piotr Zając. Oh, excuse me, Deputy President. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of submitting the special award for the protection of air, Zamość, and environmental as Veolia. We are very pleased that Zamość is realizing many investments in this area. It is a green city. It is a city where there are many places to spend leisure outside, outdoors. So this solar bench of LED lighting and charging your phone, we hope that residents will take advantage of this bench, and it will be, of course, delivered exactly where you would like to have it delivered in the city and set up there. And a photo opportunity. We'll have a memory from today's gala and today's ceremony. Thank you sincerely. Thank you very much to the representatives of the cities awarded and representatives of Veolia. And now, last but not least, Renault, which has been involved in the project.
Sponsorem nagrody specjalnej jest Renault, producent najlepiej sprzedającego się w Europie modelu samochodu elektrycznego. Dzięki wsparciu Renault przedstawiciele samorządów udadzą się na wyjazd studyjny do Paryża, gdzie na dedykowanych elektromobilności warsztatach będą poszerzać wiedzę o tym, w jaki sposób pojazdy elektryczne mogą poprawiać jakość życia w nowoczesnych miastach. Dodatkowo przedstawiciele zwycięskich miast przez miesiąc będą mogli testować Renault Zoe w praktyce.
We have Ajay Gemra with us, the expert on public affairs and the promotion of electromobility. Please take the floor, and also Mayor Łukasz Buźnicki, who is going to join us for another presentation here on the stage. Polkowice, I'm very pleased, is on the stage for one more time. And local governments which are opting for sustainable living and sustainable activity. So in our strategic, the sustainable mobility is one of our strategies. Sustainable mobility for everyone now and in the future. I believe that the award, which is a vehicle, but also the opportunity to share with you the experiences that we have in terms of the development of sustainable mobility, including steps for the future, and autonomous vehicles, and you will be able to become acquainted of how we are promoting and developing this friendly form of transportation. If we're talking about an eco-city, we have to realize that in the near future, 70% of people will move to the cities, and ensuring that they have the appropriate mobility comprehensively, not only by vehicles, but also by other forms of transportation, whether it's scooters or push bugs or bicycles, city bikes. We hope that these will all be tools that support that, and also the electromobility that you are also already introducing. Thank you very much. And Gdańsk is also receiving the same award from the Renault company. So 1 month of using Renault Zoe and a study visit in Paris. So Gdańsk is joining us remotely. So we'd like to once again congratulate them. I will pass it on to Gdańsk, of course. Thank you very much, and please forgive me because I cut off the local government in Zamość, and in Zamość, the representative of Zamość would like to share and say a few words. Thank you very much, Ms. President and honorary organizers. I'm very pleased, and thank you very much for this award. I think that the work of Zamość is not only tied to air quality, but also the subsidies on heating systems and modernization of city lighting and education buildings, as well as replacing the rolling stock to low emissions rolling stock, and electrically fueled and driven also modes of transportation. I would like to congratulate all of those who have been awarded, but also take advantage of good practices, and I encourage you to cooperate with the representatives of the city of Zamość, and once again to the organizers and the partners. And Mr. Leszek Drogosz from Warsaw, please take the floor. The word of local governments, and it's worthwhile to wait for that. Ladies and gentlemen, the work in working in the Warsaw in the Warsaw City authorities, and this in other areas, in other cities, we have a slightly larger scale, and we're more interested media of national nature is more interested in our activities, but at a basic level it's the same, and we'd like to congratulate everyone that has been awarded today. And all of the cases and examples here are excellent examples of good practices and good examples, so we'll take advantage of that. What has been appreciated in Warsaw and our activities towards sustainable transportation, both creating the development of bicycle traffic, public transportation, pedestrian traffic, electromobility, and also individual transport. What has been done in this area? The car sharing system is also being developed in normal conditions for drivers who are using their own means of transportation. This is something we must offer, we must make more efficient and effective, and we must develop. In terms of other environmental aspects, this is also the hard work that has been realized for many years. The fact that it's being appreciated today is a result of work which is not realized in one day, but has been for some time. So all these efforts give the result that it's much more comfortable and much better to live in Warsaw, and we are convinced that we have the appropriate environment around us. Thank you very much for this distinction, and we hope that in the subsequent years Warsaw will also be appreciated for its efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, with this joyful accent, after small glitches, we are finally at the conclusion of our 7th edition awards gala of Ekomiasto, and we're closing the 7th edition of Ekomiasto. All the cities which participated, thank you sincerely. Thank you for the effort put forth, and I invite you to the next editions. Also, once again, I would like to thank all the partners of the project, the partners of the conference, also the Center of Copernic Centers, Hortus Flower Deliverers, and also the National Fund of Environmental Protection and Water Management, thanks to whom we were able to organize this event. Thank you for this financial support. I would like to emphasize that this is not the end and conclusion of the International Ekomiasto International Conference. Today we had a streaming, and the next day we'll have a registration. Because we will be opening up to a discussion. To do so, you need to register and participate in the subsequent days of the conference. All information is on the www.ekomiasto 2020 PL, and here we can participate also in those and register there for the next days of the conference. Thank you very much. Welcome sincerely, and once again, congratulations to everyone, and we hope to see you tomorrow at the first panel.